Sorry, I'm doing something else. Give me a minute. Ah, et voilà. One more thing. If I can find my phone. Here you are. Okay, I'm almost done. I know, I'm very disorganized. Sorry about that.
Why would I? My father didn't kiss the Angor's ass for 2 decades so I could sweat with manual labor. The kid scoffed. It took all my
Okay,
energy not to lash out at the guy. His endless complaints were growing tedious. I didn't mind this kind of work. Stacking supplies, cataloging, and stowing them in a neat and organized fashion. This was fine. I understood the job, and it kept our hands and minds busy, distracting us from the tension of the upcoming expedition. Most of the team had adjusted to their new reality with ease. Franklin was a bull, dismantling containers faster than anyone. He was taking this colony opportunity very seriously, and it was a great motivator for the others. Indy was the most surprising. I doubted she'd lifted so much as a finger in the last 10 years, and here she was, sweating with the rest of us. I noticed her break a nail on a firm lid and shrug it off like it was no big deal. I watched her from the corner of my eye, realizing she was worried. "What is all this stuff?" a young woman asked. I checked her name tag, remembering her now. Her hair was shorn on the right side, while the other was kept long and dyed pink. Her eyes were clearly modified, and they almost glowed blue. "Adley, these are the building blocks for our colony," Indy told her. "Cool. Like, literally?" She looked at a crate of crisscrossing metal rods. "In some cases, we have to start from scratch, and that means excavating drain pipes and adding in utilities to our sites. It's going to be a lot more than landing and living," Indy said. "I haven't really thought about it." Adley stared at the tablet, scanning the next crate with a reader. "How did you get chosen?" I asked her, hoping to learn more about the unit. "I'm in the space program," she replied. "Or was." Everyone in earshot stopped what they were doing. "Wait, you were in the Angor space program?" Des inquired. "I was." The vessels are in orbit, replacing our previous satellite tech. I was on Eleno, ensuring they stayed linked with the Asian networks. It's not very exciting. She said it like it was no big deal. Have you been on their ships? I asked Indy quietly. Of course, she sniffed. But it wasn't riveting. They just rotate in orbit, covering Earth with all 9 vessels. I spoke louder. Adley, when they removed Pelora from the network, did it cause any issues? We were taking the primary vessel the Angor brought to Earth 20 years before, and I assumed a lot of regions were linked to it. I don't think so. Pelora hasn't been a part of their system for years, she said, as if this was public information. We were in a corner of the second structure in our training facility, and I glanced down the line, seeing a couple thousand recruits performing various tasks in the warehouse space. Everyone seemed engaged, happy to be doing their part in preparation for the big show. I guess I was eager too. Whatever I'd imagined happening at Angor City was far from reality. I supposed it only made sense that the humans would be responsible for arranging their own supplies for their colony, but I'd expected the goods to be ready and loaded when we arrived. A couple recruits from Team Purple strode by, and I overheard snippets of their conversation. Jake from Gold told me Pelora was coming in a few days. It's awesome. We're almost gone. No way. I still can't believe they're bringing us in their primary vessel. This expedition is going to be killer, the other guy said. We continued working, and my back ached by the end of our shift. Indy spoke with an Angor man near the exit while we packed up our gear and let Team Black take our place. They were a gruff bunch, mostly older men with scowls and scars. I was relieved they were on our side. Dez chatted with one of them for a moment before we took off. You know him? I asked, feeling the brisk fresh air outside as we exited the warehouse. It was 20 degrees cooler, but I enjoyed it after sweating in there all day. Desmond Locke smiled, bending his mustache. Name's Gordon Tremblay. Used to serve with him. Since he broached the subject, I asked him more questions. Not now, he answered, and I respected him enough to stop the Inquisition. He'd tell me more when he was ready. We had time for a quick shower at the residences. I'd been so used to living on the barge with hardly any people around. Most of them had opted to live on land rather than take the offered suites. It was always so quiet after the workday. Not to mention, I had my own bathroom. Here, it was far different. We were living in a communal complex. Our colony would eventually have all the creature comforts, or I assumed that was the ultimate goal, but we'd be forced to reside in close quarters for months, probably years. This was another part of our training, acclimating to a different lifestyle. I was getting a feel for the Angor's objectives during these 2 weeks, and I appreciated the strategy. With a fresh uniform under my arm, I walked to the showers and briefly recalled Barney's attempted sabotage of the barge. Maybe if he'd been handled properly, he wouldn't have snapped. I felt the pressure on my shoulders, knowing it was partly my responsibility. I wasn't going to let my team down again. Indy walked past me, her hair wet and a towel wrapped around her. I tried not to stare. So much time had passed. We were different people, but I'd be lying if I didn't admit to being infatuated with her. I wasn't sure I was in love with the present-day Indy, or the idea and memory of the girl I'd been so close with back then. There were 20 stalls, each with frosted glass, giving us a semblance of discretion. Half of the unit had finished, and I stood in line waiting my turn. Water shot from under the sink, carrying the suds to a center drain. I glanced at the mirrors, wondering if the Angor were observing us. Did we have any ounce of privacy? When I'd first heard that the Angor had replaced our satellites with their own technology, I didn't give it much thought. But now, I questioned the fact that no one had resisted the changeover in communications. I was sure there were underground factions using coded comms or the dark web, but most of those had been squashed in the early years. The sole group I assumed still had their own effective means were the Loyalists. I'd heard their name whispered often, mostly when my parents didn't think I was listening. It was almost my turn. I saw the lights blinking, counting down the duration of the shower. We had 5 minutes, which I was fine with. Others like Ambrose complained it wasn't enough time, but he grumbled about every little rule as if it was a personal affront. I was hoping to ask Indy if the jerk could be transferred, or left behind in the Arctic when we departed. My heart raced, and I felt the familiar signs of an incoming attack. No, don't do this to me. I glanced around, seeing 20 or so people lingering, waiting for their turns. My eyes ached when the white dots appeared, and I prayed for the shower stall to empty. The countdown beeped, and a woman strode out, naked and unabashed. I muttered an apology and bumbled into the shower right in the nick of time. My chest constricted, my breathing shallow. Water poured on me, hot and steamy. I crumbled to the shower base, clutching my arms around my knees in agony. Not now! I was having a full-blown Xeno attack. 20 years ago, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Everything hurt. I tried to sit up, but stopped when the pressure in my lungs forced the pain to spread into my extremities. Mom! I called for her several times, but she wasn't inside the room with me. No one was. You'll make it out of this, Colton. Her voice carried to the speaker beside my bed, and I peered at the door, spotting her face behind the glass. She lifted a hand, pressing it into the window. No, Mom. I'll never be normal again. I huffed, and my body ached. The symptoms because of this Xeno were horrendous. The Angor had released some chemical compounds into our atmosphere while claiming it was entirely safe for humanity. They didn't mention it very often, and when they did, it was a passing reference, assuring the general population there was nothing to fear. I'd asked every question I could to Dr. Radish, but he wasn't very useful. Our knowledge of the defect was limited at best, and the Angor, while promising to fix it, were probably out of their comfort zone. Can you get the doctor? I asked, eager for an update. He's gone, Mom said. Gone? I finally sat up, propping a pillow behind me. Dr. Radish has returned to his regular duties. An Angor physician is taking over your case. Case? I sounded like a file in a folder, even from my mother. I don't want another doctor. I hated how young I sounded. Colton, hang in there. A shadow obscured the doorway, blotting out my mother from my line of sight. The Angor man spoke softly to her, but I couldn't hear the conversation. They turned the speaker off. The alien stepped aside, and my mother put her hand to her mouth. Tears were forming, and she waved, then vanished. The door opened, and he walked in holding a tablet. I'd never been so close to one of them. I stared, trying not to gawk, but failed. He was tall enough to play power forward for the Knicks. His skin was darker than mine, his fingers long and slender. A strange scent followed him, but it wasn't unpleasant. I couldn't place the smell. He had slots for nostrils and a flat nose, with 3 deep ridges on his brow. He seemed almost human, in a slightly uncomfortable way. You have Xeno. The Angor's voice was level. So I've been told. Can you do anything? I asked. He stared at the tablet before placing it on the table near my bed. We are sorry, Colton Beck. We did not anticipate this outcome. The atmosphere issues have been dealt with, but for a few, it's too late. Too late? I've been in here for 5 days already. Can I leave? They'd removed the quarantine labels after 3 days, but so far, No one had explained what the next steps would be. He nodded. I think that's a good idea. We'll run more tests, but you should be discharged by the weekend. How do you speak English? I asked him out of curiosity. We know a lot of your people, Colton. He smiled, and if that was supposed to put me at ease, it had the opposite effect. The next 2 days were full of examinations. Scans with technology I'd never heard of, endless blood samples. They injected something into the back of my neck, and the area itched fiercely. The nurse applied a salve, but the sensation remained. By the end of the week, I just wanted to make it all stop. 3 days in, my mom finally entered the room, a sad smile on her face. Colton, there's someone here to see you. I perked up. Who? It's Indy. I bristled, remembering she was going to leave, right when I needed her the most. Tell her I'm sleeping. But Colton, it's Indy. She's been calling twice a day, wondering when she can... Mom, stop it. She's leaving and I'm sick. It's better this way. I folded my hands on my lap, unsure what to do with them. I think that... I looked away, slinking lower on the bed. Mom, I don't feel well. Please tell Indy I can't see her. I kept my gaze to the wall, aware my expression would betray me. I wanted so badly to see the girl I loved, but I was too hurt. It wasn't her choice to abandon me for her parents. What would I do without her? Okay, son, I'll let her know. The lights turned off and I rolled to my side, my entire body aching. I had yet to suffer an attack that day, and I took that as a positive sign. Maybe I could survive the Xeno after all, or live with it. That might not be so bad. I dozed off, dreaming of that kiss we shared, and a spaceship hovering above a baseball diamond. When I woke, my parents loomed over me. My dad's smile was too wide, and my mom gathered my belongings as if I'd been on vacation instead of fighting for my life. It's time to go home, Colton. Her voice was painfully chipper. I glanced at her hand, seeing a large bag in her grip, probably full of prescriptions. An hour and a half later, we were in the driveway. Our street was already half barren. Some of the yards were uncut, front doors swung wide open. I'd assumed a bunch of our neighbors had fled their houses a week ago. What's going on? I asked my dad. The Angor are offering housing and work in the coastal cities. Said things were changing. They're healing the sick, supplying technology to offer clean energy and water to third world nations. It's quite remarkable. Are we staying? My heart rate increased, and I tried one of the breathing tips the nurse had offered me. We are, my mom said. Why? If everyone else is... We don't have to listen to the Angor, son. They're not our leaders. We are still a sovereign people. Dad turned the car off and opened my door. The sun was bright, and I realized I'd been stuck indoors without a window for almost 8 days. What about... I was in fresh clothing and felt okay, so I didn't hesitate. I needed to see Indy. Son, where are you going? My dad called. Let him do this, my mom told him. I rushed down the sidewalk, finding it eerie on my street. A dog barked from somewhere, and I started to jog. Xeno didn't appear to limit my functionality, but time would tell. The attacks might become worse or slowly improve. I had no control over any of it. Indy's house was a few blocks away, and I reached it quickly, sweat drenching my back and underarms at the exertion. The door was closed, and a car sat in the parking lot. Thank God, she was still here. I ran to the door, banged on it. Indy! I tried the handle, but it was locked. Indy, it's me, Colton! A neighbor appeared on her front porch, staring at me. You looking for the hearts? I nodded. Left last night. I pointed to their car. How did they go? One of the Angor transports came for them. They had suitcases and everything. The woman watched me. Did you say Colton? Yes. The girl left something for you in her room. Told me to pass that on if you showed up. The older woman sauntered into her house, and I stared at the second story into Indy's window. The front door was locked, but they kept a spare key in the back. Most people had digital locks, but for some reason, her parents favored the old technology, preferring things the old-fashioned way. It made my life easier because she showed me its hiding spot. The gate was unlatched, and I jogged into the backyard, heading for the shed. The lawn ornament near the garden was there, and I tipped it, finding the key exactly where I'd expected it. A minute later, I was in the house, walking the quiet hall to the stairs. I'd spent a lot of time in her house over the years, but it was different now. The paint a little duller, the appliances older. One of the banister rails was cracked, and I avoided it, climbing the steps to the second story. Indy's room was a mess, and I laughed, picturing her trying to cram what she actually needed into a single suitcase. Her mother would have suggested she pack light, that they could find new things in the city, wherever they were headed. There were digital photos rotating on a tablet mounted to her wall, and I smiled, seeing most of them were of us. I took the tablet off and set it on the desk right beside an envelope. It said Colton in big black felt marker. I opened it and pulled out a letter, an archaic form of communication her father had instilled in her. I couldn't bear to read the long missive from my best friend in the world. It was the sweetest and saddest moment of my life, knowing that she had taken the time to try to explain her feelings, but me not being able to bring myself to experience those emotions. For a flash, I forgot I had a death sentence, and that aliens had arrived on Earth, changing the course of our lives forever. I folded it gently and grabbed my own tablet. Finding her contact information, I sent her a message, but it failed. What the hell? I checked the network, but nothing was there. My tablet beeped and reset without me prompting it. A window opened and the device vibrated. Congratulations on the Unity Accord. Access your new network, created by the Angor, free for all. In moments, my entire system was wiped clean. I couldn't reach Indy. 7. The shower counted down, the lights blinking, and the water stopped flowing. I'd survived. My breaths were ragged and my chest ached, but I was able to climb out of the fetal position and get to my feet before anyone came inside. I was soaked, and I managed to wrap a towel around my waist and step out. One of the other Team Blue men walked around me and started his shower. The Xeno attacks were growing worse. After a decade or so without many, I was nearing my end. That was what the results showed. Xeno hits you the worst at the start and intensifies before you die. If that was the beginning of the end, I was doomed. It was going to be extremely difficult to keep this affliction hidden from the rest of the colonists. I went to the bunks, each step a difficult chore. Most of our people were already sleeping, soft snores drifting from their beds. Indy's back was turned to me, and I climbed to the top bunk. I was out before my head hit the pillow. After another 4 days of toiling with supplies and acclimating with our unit, we received word. Pelora was coming to Angor City. Can you believe it? Indy asked at breakfast. We're going to set foot on the Angor's primary vessel. Are you aware that no human has ever been on board? That can't be true, Desmond said. As far as I know, it is. Indy sipped her coffee. Is there a reason? I asked. Not that I'm aware of. It's only been to the surface once, and that was when they arrived. Indy took all things Angor with more blind trust than I did. This should be an interesting day, I told them. What's on the docket, boss? Indy looked at her tablet, examining the details. We've been told to go to Building C. Building C? That's a first, Des said. He took another bite off his plate. I swore he ate more than twice as much as me, and he was 20 pounds lighter. The kind of wiry, lean strength an older man gets from wandering through life with no fixed address. What's in Building C? Franklin asked with his mouth full. We aren't sure, Indy said softly. Well then, I guess we're in for a surprise. Life is rarely compelling. Let's embrace it, he told her, making her grin. Well said, Franklin. The area was warming up outside, and having the full regiment of 10,000 strong made it feel even more hectic. Everything was done in rotation, and that meant we were eating breakfast at 5 a.m. I didn't mind so much. I was used to getting up before the sun, but Franklin's eyes were half closed while he finished his plate. Angor City was lit up in the distance, and I stopped to stare for a while. It seems they're excited for Pelora's arrival as well, Desmond said. We met up with Orange and Purple, along with a few of the other teams in front of Building C. Its exterior matched the two different structures, but it was the smallest of the three. Two of the bay doors opened electronically, and 6 Angor soldiers emerged. Their guns were long and bulky, their armor black. What's with the military presence? Desmond cracked his knuckles. I don't know. They need to communicate their agenda, Indy admitted. I'm supposed to be with them. An Angor woman strode between the soldiers, speaking loudly so all could hear. There were 500 of us awaiting the instructions, and our group was closer to the front of the line. Welcome to the next phase of your preliminary training. My name is Hannah. Today we are going to be administering some boosters. What's a booster? Someone from Orange asked. Hannah acted irritated at being interrupted, but she answered his query. You will ingest 3 pills. I leaned into Indy. Did you know about this? Her blank expression answered for her. She was worried, which in turn concerned me. Franklin and Desmond stood in silence. How can we trust these pills do what you say? Leave it to Ambrose to ask a question like that. The Angor woman furrowed her lined brow and approached him, 2 soldiers moving beside her as if attached to the hip. They were big, and I could smell an oily chemical on their weapons as they strode by. She halted in front of Ambrose and shoved her hand forward. What's your name? He smirked. Ambrose Davenport. He accentuated his last name, drawing the letters out. Is that supposed to impress me? Hannah asked. The entire regiment of 500 remained stoic, watching their interaction. It was clear to me she was about to make a point with the brash man. My father is... He stopped when one of the Angor soldiers lifted his gun, jabbing the barrel at Ambrose's chest. I don't care who you were. We are all equals going to Dicor. Hannah briefly peered at Indy, then continued. Since you have so much to say, you'll be the first volunteer to take the boosters, so everyone can see they aren't harmful. Can you at least tell me what they are? Ambrose lost his confidence, and he cowered from the gun, staring at the pills in her palm. The river can be uncomfortable. We take this pill to ease the pressure. She held up a pink-cased pill. Ambrose took the offered tablet, appraising it with a sideways glare. Instead of arguing with the Angor woman, he ingested the pill quickly, licking his lips as if they were dry. See? That wasn't so bad, was it? Hannah motioned for the gun to lower, and the soldier obliged. While we haven't gathered all intel on Dicor, we did send investigative teams years before we came to Earth. The second medication will assist your transition to the new world. It adds immune responses to potential local viruses and allergic reactions to vegetation. Ambrose tried to step away, but the soldiers blocked his path. You're going to give me a virus? Microdosing isn't something new, Ambrose, Indy said. Take it so we can move on. He nodded and swallowed the green pill. This flask will keep your system resilient. It allows you to heal faster when sleeping, among other advantages. Henna smiled at Ambrose while he consumed the final gray capsule. Just a vitamin. Ambrose was still standing and not complaining about any ailments. If they wanted us dead, there were a lot of better ways than faking an expedition. I wondered if it would affect my Xeno, or vice versa. I couldn't very well ask, so I lined up with the rest of my team, awaiting our entrance into Building C. Indy took hesitant steps, but we followed Desmond as our group of 100 entered directly after Maya and her Team Orange. There were dozens of stations, each with an Angor in a lab coat sitting and waiting for the humans. The energy was warmer inside, and only a handful of armed soldiers were posted along the corners of the big room. You feeling good? Desmond asked me while we waited for our turns. Franklin was motioned to one of these stations, and we watched as he swallowed 3 capsules and was ushered farther into the building. Indy was next. I think so. Pelora is coming today, and that means they'll be loading the supplies, I told him. They? I bet we will be doing the heavy lifting. Next, Henna called, and Des went ahead. My gaze followed Indy as she trailed after Franklin. She seemed lost here. Indy had worked her entire life to gain her position, and suddenly the director had forced her onto this mission to Dicor? Why? Was there a reason he wanted her gone? Was she too smart for her own good? Did she overhear a conversation she shouldn't have? Read a missive intended for another? I hadn't had much time to speak with her in private, but I suspected there was something afoot. She had the rest of Team Blue convinced she was there by choice, until we boarded Pelora, but even she didn't know what the trip was going to be like. Indy was confident that once we left Earth, the mission parameters would become clear. They were so secretive about everything. I wondered if that stemmed from their own government on Trum. Maybe they kept their people in the dark, so this was their way. They trusted their leaders to make the proper decisions. We weren't used to that. We sought watchdogs and transparency. But since the Angor had come and aided our planet, no one spoke out against them. Not with a loudspeaker. Groups like the Loyalists wanted to liberate us, but 99% of the population didn't care that we were under control. Most were fine with someone leading them, as long as they had food, water, family, and safety. We were partners with the Angor. At least, that was what Unity Accord preferred us to think. After a couple weeks away from my barge job, I was on the fence. There were more Angor soldiers at this camp than I'd seen in my first 2 decades living among them. I suspected they had their reasons, but of course they wouldn't share that with a lowly colonist, especially one that hardly met the requirements to join the expedition. Next. I'd been so lost in thought, I hadn't realized Desmond was finished. He chatted with Maya across the room, and I went to the waiting station, looking at the 3 distinctly colored capsules. I took the pink one, washing it down with the offered bottle of water. I consumed the other 2 with little difficulty, and I was done, ready to traverse the river to our new future at Dicor. Next, the woman called, and I left, joining the rest of my friends. Pelora is incoming, Maya told me as I approached. Can we go see? I looked for Henna, but couldn't find her among the crowds. We'd better stay put until we're directed to do otherwise, Indy said. Is she always such a bore? Maya asked. I'll have you know, Indy stopped when Henna materialized at the room's exit, holding a tablet. We are leaving in 2 days. Each team has been assigned a final task before we depart. Check with your team lead for further instructions. Henna told the entire room. Wait, we have team leaders? Maya looked at her friend Carly. Indy's personal device beeped, and she took the compact tablet out, smiling. Looks like Team Blue gets the best job. What? Desmond had a toothpick in his mouth again. We're going to Angor City. Indy was all smiles. 2 hours had passed since we'd ingested the pills, and so far, there were no adverse reactions to report. That was a good sign. It was warmer today near Angor City, and I stared at the frozen lake beyond our training facility. It turned out to be more of a colony preparation site, since we hadn't learned anything about the mission or been shown how to survive on Dicor quite yet. But that was just semantics. The entire 10,000 humans and all of the Angor in the area were outside, braving the winter weather, while the Angor's primary vessel descended from outer space. The giant starship broke through the layer of gray clouds that lingered in the Arctic skies. My stomach flip-flopped with nerves at the sight. Indy was beside me, and it reminded me of that baseball game. The way the air changed when the ship hovered over Fayetteville. The feeling of Indy's hand in mine. The kiss she gave me, saying, I didn't want to die without you knowing. She was all business this time. The orange flames licked the bottom of the hull and glowed hotter before cutting completely off. Pelora resembled the others, a huge triangle with rounded points, but it was so much larger. It lowered toward the tundra between our facility and Angor City. The air was crisp, and there was only the sound of my own breathing and the gentle cracking of ice, the warmth extending from the intergalactic spaceship. The white of the snow was almost blinding as we stared at the icy landscape. My gaze drifted toward Angor City, with the immense towers overlooking the barren terrain. We were scheduled to travel there for a delivery pickup, and I was excited at the prospect of seeing how the Angor lived without being under the watchful eyes of humans. Pelora took an additional 10 minutes to settle to the earth, and she did so with a loud crack. The ground trembled, and I was worried it might sink into the soil and capsize the entire area. It was a lot of weight, but settled fine, since it was dispersed evenly across a couple miles. It's so big, Franklin said. It is housing a colony's worth of supplies and bringing 10,000 humans to another world, Desmond reminded him. True. I observed the Angor vessel, air hissing from the exterior. How did we ever think we were equals with the Angor? They were much farther advanced than humans. I stood in awe as I observed the massive ship that would transport us through a river checkpoint somewhere in our own solar system. Since their arrival, space exploration had been discontinued. Every program in the world was ended by the Angor, likely as part of the Unity Accord. It was one of the many sacrifices we committed to in an effort to show loyalty. What else were they keeping from us? What did they get in return? I'd already committed the last portion of my life to seek these answers. I wanted to learn the truth before I died. Plus, I was able to spend time with Indy, and that alone was worth the cost of admission. The chilly breeze caused her cheeks to flush, and the muscles on her jaw bunched as she watched the procession of Angor approaching their primary vessel. They're already loading supplies. Desmond pointed to the west, where 3 trucks drove on an ice road, slowly destined for Pelora. Not wasting any time. You heard Henna? We're leaving in 2 days, Indy said. I felt so soon. Initially, they told us 2 months from the announcement. I wondered if there was a reason for expediting the mission. If that was the case, I was positive they weren't going to tell me about it. Indy grabbed her tablet and waved Des and me closer. We're being beckoned. Come on. Do they want us all? I asked. Instructions say I'm to bring my top 3 with me. Indy glanced at our small group. I guess that's you. You honor me with my inclusion, Franklin said, bowing at the waist. Don't get too excited. This might not be as much fun as you hope. Indy slid the tablet away. Des, can you check to see how the rest of the team can keep busy? What is it? Where are we going? I peered to the city a handful of miles in the distance. Director Ulasan is here, and he wants to speak with me. Indy found Cyrus, her Angor aide, waiting for us at the edge of the field. I apologize for my absence, Assistant Director Hart. I was informed to not intrude on your... The Angor man paused abruptly when Indy pushed past him into the shuttle. Stay here, Cyrus. Desmond, what did you find? He used a tablet and touched the screen. Inform Team Blue they're requested at Building B, Bay 9, for their supply run. Is there anything else you'd like me to do? Cyrus asked, his eyes squinting at Desmond. That will be all? Indy closed the door on him. That was a little harsh, Desmond said. I've never trusted him. He constantly lingers. Whenever I open a door, he's near it, listening, reporting. I'm sick of it, Indy said. The transport shuttle was large enough for a party of 10, and I realized that Cyrus was supposed to be our pilot. Who's going to... Desmond sat in the front and center seat, snapping a strap across his chest. Leave it to me. We flew one of their hover buses. How hard can this be? You do recall crashing, don't you? I asked, but he was already powering the ship up. We were finally alone. Everyone strap in, Des told us, and we took the rear bench. These were built for the Angor, so we had plenty of room. Like our residences and the museum in Central Park, the shuttle was gray with white, plain and clean. The Angor designs were always sterile, focused on technology and advances, rather than art and flair. The seat was comfortable, and the straps didn't dig in too much. Franklin's eyes darted around as Desmond lifted the unit from the ice. Whatever you do, don't fly over Pelora, Indy said. Good call. Desmond started off shaky, but soon we were smoothly airborne in the small craft toward our destination in the city, Angor Tower. You haven't been here? I asked Indy. I don't know anyone that has. It's rumored that Assistant Director Mack visited early in his administration, but that's never been verified, Indy said. And now he's dead, Franklin mumbled. It wasn't anything the Angor did. He had a heart attack. Indy instantly came to their defense. I thought they were supposed to prevent things like that, Des added from the pilot's seat. They aren't gods. Sure, they can cure cancer and help with a vast array of diseases and complications, but you can still have a heart attack and die, she told them. And of course there's Zeno. Des, do you mind not talking about that? Franklin asked. He'd shared the tragic story of his wife's death as a result of the Angor's atmospheric adjustments. But what Des and Franklin didn't know was that I would succumb from it as well. Sorry, my friend. I won't bring it up again. Des had a knack for flying the shuttle, and we neared the city limits. Buildings were sprawled out across the frozen tundra, not bothering to use roadways. Instead, they had an intricate series of covered footpaths, allowing the Angor to traverse the city without stepping outside. There was also a network of shuttles similar to ours, moving to and from different towers. The dash buzzed and beeped, and we heard a lyrical Angor voice speaking over the comms. What did they say? Franklin asked. Indy tapped her chin. It was an alert. Ships originating from Canada have been sighted. What kind of ships? Dez's voice was low. She craned her neck to listen to the worried Angor announcer. Lots of them. 50, human and Angor. I unbuckled, rushing to Dez. Where's the radar on this thing? He motioned to a screen on his right, and I tapped it, checking the surroundings. Their system was more advanced than anything I'd ever seen. I expected a plain image with tiny dots to indicate the moving pieces, but this showed each make and model, as well as a directory to all major Angor towers in the city, including the current population inside the buildings. Who are they? I asked, but already knew the answer. I was afraid of this. So was Director Ulasan, Indy murmured. What? Can someone fill me in? Franklin demanded. It's them. Desmond zoomed on the radar, and I watched the icons for the zooming fleet blink over the screen. The Loyalists, I whispered. What do we do? We were in the city, high above a series of warehouses, nearing the closest tower. It stood 100 stories in the sky, and the layout resembled Unity Tower in New York. Indy positioned herself across from Desmond, using the communicator to contact Angor Tower. Yes, get me Director Ulasan. The receptionist gave an answer I couldn't translate. Just do it. Assistant Director Hart, I'm going to have to postpone our meeting. Something's come up, the director said. Something? We're in the city now. I can see the fleet bearing down on you, she told her superior. Miss Hart, be assured we are taking care of it. Ulasan's voice didn't waver. I could see the block of ships in the distance through the front screen. They were little more than specks in the gray sky. The communication ended and we floated to the main tower. I checked the rear camera feeds and spotted the Angor defenses springing from the outer edges of the city. Beyond them was the giant Pelora, waiting for our colonists to board her. What do the Loyalists want? I asked Indy. Same thing they always have. Freedom, she responded. Are we not free? Franklin asked, and Indy's stare spoke volumes. We are, in a general sense. But if we asked the Angor to leave, we'd be breaching our accord. They would then have the right to retaliate how they see fit, she said softly. You've read it? I was astounded. She nodded slowly. I wasn't supposed to, but with the 20th anniversary looming, a copy came across my desk. Indy gulped, looking so much like the younger version of herself about to take a final exam in biology. That's why you're here. You know that, right? I studied her reaction. Likely. They want things to remain in their control. Let's just say allowing them to help us might have been a mistake. She'd always seemed like a staunch supporter, but now I was sensing there was far more to it. The Loyalists don't stand a chance, Des said, slowing our shuttle. Why do you think that? I'd say they have one hell of a force coming to town. Franklin directed his finger past us to the front shield of glass. That won't even faze them. Desmond indicated the radar, where over 200 vessels arose from buildings along the edges of Angor City. I suspect the meteors will make quick work of them. I gasped at the sight. Hundreds of the Angor fighters shot into the air, aiming directly for the Loyalists, who were still 10 miles away according to the dash readouts. Bring us closer, I suggested. Desmond obeyed, trailing after the nearest cluster of Angor fighters. Maya told me about these. She thought they were quite advanced. They are, Des said. Nothing on Earth could possibly compare to them. Not even the Angor ships these Loyalists have stolen. They thought they could come here in hover buses and F-17s. Well, they have another thing coming. We flew over Angor Tower, and I was amazed at how gigantic it seemed from this vantage point. twice the height of the Empire State Building. It was a monolith in the Arctic. Director Ulasan was in there somewhere, probably on the top floor, and I wished I could be a fly on the wall of the expedition pre-departure meetings. "Indy, what do you suggest we do?" Desmond asked. The meteors were well past us, speeding for the incoming human group. "Follow them." Indy's voice was grave. We relocated to the far edge of the city, and I peered at the radar, finding the two groups nearly squaring off. There were 50-odd vessels of loyalists racing for Angor City, and in the blink of an eye, they began vanishing off the screen. One by one, the loyalists were being destroyed. We were close enough to see the puff of explosions. Some in the sky, others as the loyalist vessels crashed into the snowy landscape. "Can we zoom?" Indy asked, and I fumbled with the controls, first zooming out, then found the appropriate commands. The ships grew larger in our screen, and we witnessed the final few attacks. The loyalists were being killed with impunity. Then, there was only a single hauling transport remaining, the thrusters burning hot and orange. It began to retreat, trying to run from the Angor meteors. It failed. The meteors shot narrow blue beams from their underbellies, striking the Loyalists' vessel. It rocked and erupted, thousands of pieces falling to the cold earth. And it was over. Indy gasped, and even Desmond's face turned to stone. "I'd better retreat," Des said. "I have a feeling those meteors will destroy anything different from them in the area." The Angor had defeated the Loyalists in record fashion, and it made me sick to my stomach. I'd never seen the Angor act against us, other than the situation with Barney's betrayal, but this? They killed the Loyalists with robotic efficiency. I doubted any of the Angor pilots broke a sweat. The meteors returned to their home in the city, and Indy tapped the communicator again. She reached Ulasan a few minutes later. Des floated our shuttle to the top of Angor Tower, and Ulasan accepted Indy's request for landing. The building spread open 10 stories from the tower's roof, allowing our entrance. Indy was certain that no human had ever set foot here, so we were embarking into the unknown. A couple weeks ago, I was working for Rolosh, determined to complete the various barge quadrants in time for the dome's construction, and now I was with Indy Hart in Angor Tower. I was grateful for the change of pace, even if I knew my time was fleeting. My heart rate sped up as we opened the shuttle's doors. My arms darted in the air when I saw the 5 Angor soldiers aiming weapons at us. "It's okay, Colton," she said, walking off and into the hangar with confidence. "These soldiers are just doing their jobs. Come." A tall woman greeted us a few meters away, smiling gently. "Welcome to Angor Tower, Assistant Director Hart. Please, come with me." The soldiers stepped between Indy and the three of us. "No, they stay." Indy pointed at Franklin, Desmond, and me. "The director, they are important to my meeting," she said firmly. "Fine. I will let the director decide." The woman turned and led us from the hangar. I gawked at the strange alien vessels inside and thought at least 2 of them looked different from the Angor technology. I didn't think they were made by the same engineers. The hallway was tall and bright and ran along the outer edge of the tower, giving us a prime view of Pelora. I couldn't believe how massive the ship was. It seemed unnatural to be sitting on the snow-crusted earth. A few Angor occupied the hall, wearing normal bland clothing. Black pants, gray tops. They spoke language, trying not to gawk at the humans walking behind their hostess. It was evident they were surprised by our presence. Desmond took the rear, his fingers twitching slightly. Franklin stared at everything with curiosity, while I tried to keep calm. Indy was in her element. walking like she was meant to be there. Her jaw was set with bleak determination. We continued until arriving at a doorway. It opened, revealing a flat lift, which took us to the top floor. I staggered back when I saw the panoramic view. The glass was 20 feet high, seamless and rounded, giving the room's occupants a full picture of the entire city and for miles beyond. It was an expanse of white land and gloomy skies. A few fires still burned in the distance. Our host departed, and I noted that 2 soldiers stayed with us. They didn't blink or so much as acknowledge our existence. I spent the first 20 years of our occupation in blissful complacency. Now, in their own city, I decided there was far more to the story. The Angora woman returned, waving a party into the room. I recognized Director Ulasan at a table. It was empty, and he sat at the end, his legs crossed, his right foot bobbing up and down in annoyance at our intrusion. He remained seated as we approached, powering off his tablet to observe us. Assistant Director. Cut the crap, Ulasan. What's going on? Indy demanded. I grinned at her bravado. That was the Indy I remembered. Not the quiet woman sulking or sleeping in a bunk with the rest of the team blue. I don't understand what you mean. Even if I did mistakenly read classified knowledge, are you going to tell the world about the secret accord clauses? Can your group slip in into Dicor, slipping any power from my title? She slammed her palms on the table, making the soldiers jump slightly. Ulasan calmly rose, straightening his blue shirt. His eyes were dark, his nose slotted, and lips thin. He smiled, revealing sand-colored teeth. I was never taking your titles, Miss Hart. You're the one human I've grown to rely on. He glanced at the 3 of us. No offense. I'm taken, I muttered. Then why this elaborate show? Indy sounded much cooler. You just witnessed what happens when humans lose faith in our decision-making. He gestured to the west with a long finger. There will be repercussions for what occurred. You dealt with them pretty easily, Judge mumbled, and Ulasan didn't even acknowledge him. Indy stood a few feet from the Angor leader. What do you hope to accomplish with moving me to Dicor if you're not trying to get rid of me? There are things at play that most of the Angor aren't even aware of. I require an ally beyond the river. Dicor is critical to our strategy, so you must promise me you're the right person for the job. Because if you think there's someone else, maybe Henry Davenport, saying Ambrose's father's name made Indy's head snap up. No, I'll do it. But I need more information. Ulasan shook his head and waved at one of the soldiers. He sang out a series of orders, and they raced out of the room, using the lift. I wish I could share the details, but that's not to be. When it's time, you'll understand. Wouldn't it be easier just to fill her in now? I mean, she's here, you're here. I stepped forward, but froze when he glared in my direction. And who is this? Ulasan asked. Indy cleared the throat. Colton Beck. Worked at Barge 7, Foundation Supervisor. I cringed, knowing that if anyone had contacted Roloff about me, he was aware of my genome. And that was enough to get him included in the expedition. Ulasan watched me. I also grew up with him, Indy finished. I assume that held no factor in the selection process, correct? Ulasan's brow lifted an inch. Never, Director Ulasan. We happened to run into one another on Long Island, he said. He continued to observe me, and finally broke his gaze to linger on Desmond. You, sir? Desmond shifted on his feet to give a single nod. Where? I'd rather not chat about it, Des told the director. Indy appeared ready to reprimand him, but didn't. Why is that? Ulasan asked Dez. Because it was for a world that doesn't exist now. When countries fought each other over religion and resources. You came to ship it all up. Not worth dwelling on anymore. Dez answered. I think there was more behind his reticence to discuss his past, but that was his decision. I like him, Ulasan told Indy. Keep him close. You might need someone with his particular skill set. Which is? Indy asked, and Ulasan motioned for two soldiers to approach. Pass him down, Ulasan said in English, and Desmond just smiled. The Angor men left their weapons holstered and checked Desmond's clothing. One of them pulled out a clear device. The tablet Ulasan had been typing on when we arrived. Somehow, Desmond's sticky fingers had found it. Very good, but you'll find I'm not an easy target. Ulasan was directly in front of Dez, towering over the older man. I could detain you for that. I even have human witnesses. I didn't see anything. Franklin spoke for the first time, prompting us. Me neither, I added, and Ulasan watched Indy, his assistant director. Like you said, Dez is an asset. I asked him to take that to prove his value, Indy said with a smirk. Very well. Rejoin the other teams, he told us. Why the teams? Dez asked. We haven't been trained yet. Is there a reason? Feels very uncoordinated. Ulasan smiled, the sight unpleasant. You'll receive more information on the way to Dicor. Trust me. Before we left, Ulasan's soldier returned, and the Angor leader handed Indy a matching tablet to his own, and spoke with her privately while the three of us waited near the exit. His gaze lingered on me for a moment, and my hackles rose at tension from the Angor leader. I don't trust this guy, Dez said under his breath. What choice do we have? I noticed Indy's brisk pace on the way out, and we were off. The woman that had greeted us before escorted us to the hangar again and didn't take her eyes off us until we were situated into the shuttle. We returned to the expedition grounds with more questions than answers. That night, when I went to bed, I dreamed of dozens of meteors flying over Fayetteville, destroying everything in their path. Indy and I watched from the baseball diamond, holding hands as fire erupted all around us. Our world burned. 8. Pelora rumbled and hummed, sending shivers up my legs and into my neck. Today was the day. All 10,000 humans were lined in neat squares, prepared to board the ship we'd call home for the next 4 months. I wasn't particularly nervous, but I was concerned I might have a Xeno attack, ruining my chances at the expedition. Once I was on board and traveling through the river, I figured they couldn't get rid of me. But there was a chance they'd send me to the brig, if the Angor spacecraft had one. The sun permeated the gray clouds, warming up the Arctic air slightly, but my breath still misted out in front of me. Everyone around me looked so excited. They hadn't seen the vicious defense of Angor City and were oblivious to the recent events with the Loyalists. Indy made us promise not to leak that bit of information, and we thought that was for the best anyway. Tensions were already high enough. I noted more of a military presence today and tried to count how many armed soldiers were in the vicinity. I saw around 200 at best guess. Did you ever think we might not be going to Dicor at all? Desmond asked me while we waited in formation. What? No. I appraised him. Where would we be traveling to? He shrugged. Who's to say? Maybe there is no Dicor. His comment disturbed me on multiple levels, but he was probably correct in assuming this was a possibility. For 20 years, we've been putting our blind faith in an alien race. We let them take over our satellite network, control how we communicated, where we lived. Most people did this without so much as a second thought, but it gave the Angor an unprecedented amount of power. And now, nearly every last colonist on the expedition trusted the aliens more than their own people. Indy was absent, but I expected she was nearby. Maya was a few people ahead, and I reached for her, tapping her shoulder. How many people applied for the expedition? She glanced at me. Almost 100 million? That's a lot, I muttered. Would have been more, but they shut the applications down. How quickly? Des asked. After a day and a bit, she said. Damn. Who knows how many of us would have signed up? I watched as another transport arrived, hovering near the giant primary ship. It descended, landing atop Pelora. 2 giant screens appeared, images shooting from a series of floating drones overhead. Out walked Director Ulasan, waving at the gathered humans from his perch on top of Pelora. Welcome to the expedition! He smiled at the crowd, and the entire 10,000 people cheered him on. When the noise settled, he spoke again. Ulasan's voice was far friendlier than it had been during our meeting. You are the best and brightest Earth has to offer. I know that you will do your people proud as we set forth on expanding the human race. Dicor will be the first of many places to be visited as our partnership reaches new corners of the galaxy. The river is not to be feared. It is a network of intergalactic pathways connecting pivotal positions for our worlds. You are now part of that. Welcome to the river. He smiled wide, and the area erupted in a series of roars and hollers. I wasn't sure what they were so excited about. We'd just learned that the Angor built a river checkpoint in our solar system, covertly, and we were supposed to accept the deceit. The longer I spent thinking about the expedition, the stranger it became. I joined to find adventure and discover more about the universe before my impending death. But now, I wanted concrete answers. I needed to experience the river for myself and see our real destination. The crowd of colonists didn't seem to think twice, and they continued to applaud the Angor leader. We're thrilled that you can be a part of history. I apologize that you are unable to communicate with your loved ones, but please, forward any missives to the Expedition Network and we'll do our best to see the messages passed on when possible. Ulasan stopped speaking, his expression barely distinguishable as he stood on the giant alien spaceship. He looked pensive in the projected screens surrounding him, and his voice was strong in the loudspeaker drones. Soldiers marched the perimeter, and I noted the handful of meteors landed on either edge of Pelora. Few realized how deadly those craft were, but I wasn't going to second-guess their ability. I'd wait until we told Maya what had transpired. Indy asked us not to share the information with anyone, but I figured Maya would appreciate the insight. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Assistant Director Indy Hart. Director Ulasan stepped aside, and Indy's beautiful face shone on the projections. Did you know she was speaking? Des whispered. Nope. I'd seen her a couple hours ago, but she'd been absent while the rest of Team Blue packed their paltry belongings, bringing their packs to be loaded onto Pelora. Thank you, Director. As the Accord representative to Dicor, I can say we're all overjoyed to be included in the expedition. We're leaving. Each team has been given a lead, so check your tablet for the rankings once we're on board. I glanced at Des. Is Indy our lead? I doubt she's still on Team Blue. That was a power move by Ulasan. She'll have her aide back and be relegated to private quarters on Pelora. He just wanted her in his pocket. Des said quietly, so no one around us could overhear. I hope it's you, I said, wondering if Ambrose would have fought for a position of power, even if it wasn't highly regarded. Still, I'd been in charge of 25 employees on the barge, and they were hard enough to organize. Indy raised a hand, bending her thumb in tight in the universal Angor symbol for peace by the stars, and the entire expedition followed suit. I did it too, glancing at Maya, who rolled her eyes back at me. Proceed to board. Follow the Angor instructions, and I'll see you on Pelora. She smiled wide, waving at everyone, and the Arctic air warmed as they all chanted the word over and over. Dicor. The area was too congested, and I feared the worst. A Xeno attack. But my lungs pumped air smoothly, and my heart remained steady. People began moving in the teams, heading in clusters to the massive entrance to the spaceship. I couldn't even see the bottom of the ship from our position a good mile away. Slowly, we proceeded forward, making progress as the teams in front of us managed to embark into our new home. I glanced at the 3 buildings, glad to depart from Building A and its cramped bunks. "How do you feel?" Des asked, and for a moment I thought he was referring to my defect. "I'm okay. A little on edge." I spotted Franklin chatting with Steven, another from Team Blue, who'd spent the last decade manufacturing drones up in Seattle. The man pressed his glasses higher on his nose and spoke with excitement about getting to a new planet. The area was filled with hundreds of similar conversations, making the energy almost palpable. "I wonder when we eat," Des said. He chewed on a toothpick, as if that might sate his hunger. "Does your stomach always run the show?" I laughed. "This is an expedition. I saw all that food the other day, remember? They've sent us enough stores to last. Well, I don't know. Maya is more of the spreadsheet type. But have you ever seen so much frozen beef?" Desmond looked to Pelora, and my gaze followed, where I spied the entrance to the primary ship. It had stairs leading into the belly. They ran 40 steps up, 50 feet wide, allowing each team to board in a matter of minutes. It appeared to fold out of the base of Pelora. I recalled seeing the footage of this vessel landing in a Kentucky field. Director Ulasan had been present, but most of the focus had been on Administrator Volans. He was the brave captain who'd led the crew here, but I hadn't heard much about him in years. The ground rumbled continuously, and up closer, the vibrations went through my feet. When it was Team Blue's turn, Desmond and I led the pack, the others waiting for us to take the first steps. I glanced at their hopeful faces as they started to climb. Even Ambrose Davenport was quiet. We came into a middle section, a storage hold at the base of Pelora. It resembled a giant warehouse, with metal racking bolted into the floors. Thousands of skids full of supplies were inside. This was everything we'd spent the last week sorting and cataloging. In the far corner of the room, I saw the massive girders we would use for the home base on Dicor. The 3D printers would go from there, utilizing the core minerals mined on our colony world. I'd glimpsed at a few of the plans, but it was too complex to follow without more details. "Welcome to Pelora," a smooth-faced Angor woman said. "My name is Abel, and I am your Angor contact." I smiled at her. "Hey, Abel, I'm Colton, and this is Desmond." "Desmond Locke? He is the Team Blue lead." She passed Des a tablet, and he grimaced. "I am?" He stared at the device questioningly. "That's correct. Each expedition citizen has been asked to rank the top 3 candidates from their team. You were chosen," Abel said. She seemed young for an Angor, maybe born after their arrival. It was refreshing. I voted for Desmond as well. I guess most of our team did the same. "Don't I have a say in this? I'm used to taking orders, not giving them," Des said. but I could tell he was actually relishing in the role of lead. "Did you call us citizens?" I asked, recalling her words from a minute ago. "Yes," she nodded fervently. "We are all citizens of Dicor, or will be soon." "Even the Angor?" I asked Abel. "Yes, we're part of the colony. We volunteered as well," she told us. "Well, I'll be damned," Des murmured. "How many Angor will be joining us on the surface?" "Once it's surveyed, there will be a selection of Angor citizens coming to help the construction of the colony world." Abel kept us moving, and I made sure every member wearing a gray jumpsuit with a blue dot was following us. Even though this hold was probably 400,000 square feet, it was cramped with so many people lingering among our gear. "Abel, will you be staying with Team Blue?" Des glanced at me, then to Franklin, who'd finally caught up. "No. The Angor have their own quarters in Quadrant 7, subsection -4. I recalled the alien ship's layouts from my visit to the museum in Central Park. "And what about the rest of us?" "It's split between Quadrants 4, 5, and 6, subsection -5, Abel said. "Where are we now?" Desmond asked. He pressed a button on his tablet, and I could see he was searching for a map. Abel helped him, and a moment later we stared at the image of the ship's interior. "We are here." She pointed to the lower portion of the screen where a yellow dot lingered in a large open space. "The supply closet is subsection -6 and -7, Quadrant 4. I counted 10 decks in each direction, making 21 decks total, adding in the neutral location centering the ship. The length of Pelora was spread across 12 quadrants. The map only highlighted certain sections. "Why can't we view these?" "Only Pelora's crew will be granted access. You are not permitted to visit those regions, but our crew is extremely capable," she told me. Des didn't look as convinced. We exited the supply closet, which was anything but a cramped space full of brooms and chemicals. I took the room's name as a good sign. It showed the Angor had a sense of humor. "Are we going to see our quarters?" It was Ambrose, pushing through the rest of his team to the front. He glared at Abel as if she was poisonous. "Who's this?" "This is our Angor citizen liaison. If we have any concerns, we bring them to her. Or, I should say, I bring them to her. If you have an issue, keep it to yourself. If anyone else does, they'll tell me and I'll speak with Abel." Des was taking to the new role with ease. The hold led to a series of corridors, and I noted blue lights blinking along the white walls. This path was solely for our team. I was astounded that there was such a complex network of tunnels within the ship. When I asked Abel about it, she gave me a vague response. We trailed after our liaison for a few minutes, taking a couple flights of stairs, and ended up right where she suggested. Team Blue had quarters beside Orange, and a small communal living space connected the two of us. There were couches, tables to congregate at, and screens to watch feeds. It was surprisingly inviting. Franklin spun around slowly. "A guy could get used to this." "The trip to Earth was arduous and trying, but the director wished all to be comfortable during the long voyage. The key to morale is happiness. Director Ulasan wants the best for you." She smiled, and said it as if she thought it was true. I'd met the man up close and was sure there wasn't any sincerity to her statement, but I didn't tell her that. "I wonder if we have our friend Indy to thank for pairing us with Orange," Des asked, waving to Maya, who was preoccupied with someone near their bunk access point. Abel was a good foot shorter than me and wore a matching uniform to ours. I saw the blue dot on her breast pocket and grinned. Maybe working with the Angor was a good idea. It sure made me feel more optimistic about our chances on Dicor. If their own people were backing it, the Angor were likely to take it far more seriously. This is where you will sleep. The door slid when she waved a hand, and Des let me enter first. The space was unique. 20-foot-high ceilings with 3 bunks on top of one another, embedded into the wall. Each segment had 6 identical rows with the matching number of banks. It was efficient, but didn't give much room for privacy. Not bad, Des said, letting the rest of the team in behind him. Everyone waited until Des told them to find a bed. They dashed off, tossing their bags into cubbies. Thanks for guiding us here, Abel. Can we contact you if we need anything? Des asked her. Use the tablet. She showed him how to reach her directly, and then she was at the exit. Food will be delivered to the common space for the first week. We ask that all citizens remain in their allotted areas until we get to the river checkpoint. At that time, we will allow visuals for the event, so you can see how it operates and put your minds at ease. Desmond Locke, do you have any queries? Des glanced at me and then to Franklin, and when we didn't object to the news, he shook his head. I closed the door and Team Blue discussed the upcoming expedition. I suddenly wished Indy could be with us. After spending so many hours with my old friend during the last couple weeks, I was already missing her. But she was important, and I was nothing but a lowly citizen with Zeno. I was a stowaway, in a sense, snuck on board to fulfill a final wish. Franklin crossed his big arms and leaned against the wall. Did you hear that? We're not allowed to leave this section for a week. I told you it would be claustrophobic, Colton. It'll be fine, I assured him. I wish we could see what's going on outside the ship. When is takeoff? Doesn't feel like we've moved yet. I imagine it'll be another hour or so to funnel everyone else on board. Desmond had the tablet in his hands and selected the map. There sure are a lot of restricted quadrants. It's as if they don't trust us. Would you? I asked. After the Loyalist attack, I think they have good reason. There could be Loyalists among the citizens. I peered into our quarters and lowered my voice. In this very room. Nah, I don't see it. Des was left with the sleeping compartment closest to the door, and he nodded at the 2 cubbies above it. How does this suit you fellas? You want us to be your personal bodyguards? I asked him. Desmond laughed, jostling his toothpick. I can take care of myself, but it wouldn't hurt to have backup. The floor vibrated, and I felt the slightest of shift in pressure. Think we're lifting off. Probably right. That was quick. Desmond didn't seem too concerned as he climbed into his bunk. Gonna get some shut-eye. Wake me when the food comes. And just like that, Franklin and I were de facto second in command to Desmond Locke, the lead for Team Blue. At least the food's good. Maya was in her element. Her blonde hair parted to the left. She was eating lunch while working on an electronic panel. I had no idea what the hell she was planning. She sat with Desmond and me, while Franklin hung out with Maya's new friend, Carly. He was giving her hunting tips for some reason. 3 days and still nothing to do. Maya set the tools down and slunk deeper into her seat. This place is super boring. They said we'll be able to watch the footage while we enter the river, Des reminded her. That should be exhilarating. Tell you what, I'll hack into the network now and see what I can find out, while you wait for their doctored feeds, Maya told us. I almost shoved her electronics to the floor, but refrained. Maya, what are you doing? I hissed. You're seriously trying to hack them? From inside Pelora? Why not? They have access to everything of ours. Why can't that work both ways? Maya took a scoopful of her butter chicken and returned to her project. What if they catch you? Des asked. No biggie. I'll say it was an accident. Maya had it all figured out, but I thought she might be playing with fire. Believe me, I've dealt with the repercussions before. This one time at school, I had the entire Angor files on Trum displayed for a day on the public feeds. They were so pissed. But no one ever traced it back to me. They shut the school down for a month. My friends and I enjoyed the break. Trum, anything you can tell us about the Angor home planet? Desmond asked. It was all in their own language, so I couldn't read it. Maya shrugged, continuing on with her project. Just don't involve me, I told her. Why? Worried your girlfriend won't save you? She winked and ate another bite. Indy is not my... I stopped, unsure why I was letting a teenager goad me on like this. Keep working on it, Maya, Des told her. Really? I was surprised he was endorsing her reckless behavior. Sure. Secrets have been hidden from us, and the whole feats might be valuable. If you find anything, let me know. Desmond looked around the common space. With 200 people crammed between orange and blue, the area somehow accommodated them. I guess at least half of each team remained in the sleeping quarters at this moment. Where's your illustrious leader? Maya motioned behind her, indicating a short woman talking to a group a few tables away. She spoke with ease to the other Team Orange members, and they hung on her every word. What did she do before this? Something about mergers and acquisitions, but when the Angor came, she was recruited for the Unity offices in Prague. Maya didn't glance up from her contraption. Wires were splayed out in seemingly random order, and she attached the primary tablet to the dismantled controller. We like Willow just fine. Smart woman. Motivator. Willow's head was shaven short, and her uniform did little to hide her strong build. For someone who worked in an office, she took good care of herself physically. Des, have you spoken to her? We've had a few conversations. She's good for the team. I think she'll do well. Desmond chewed his toothpick. I could tell he was watching everything in the room, seeing how our people interacted with Orange. I hate not knowing what we're doing, and the lead up to the river is killing me, Maya muttered. Tired of this confidentiality. Blind faith my ass. We signed up for it. We're all theirs, Desmond reminded her. Didn't you want adventure? Sure, but I also want to be prepared. Where's Andy? With them? She gestured to the ceiling. Probably. It seems she miraculously returned to the director's good graces, I whispered. Maya's screen flashed white, and she smiled at the results. Got it. I assumed this wouldn't be too difficult. The Angor are arrogant to assume no one can crack their relay system, but it isn't that tough, if you know what you're looking for. This made me laugh. I have a feeling not many do. Can you hack into the cameras? She glanced over her shoulder at Franklin and Carly, then to Willow, a short distance away. Maybe we should wait until it's quieter? Reconvene in 4 hours? Desmond asked. That would put us past lights out. Deal. Maya shoved her work into a bag and settled it to the floor. She seemed older and almost out of place, wearing the same clothing as the rest of us. She probably missed her patched jacket and excessive metal bracelets. We chatted for a while, and a few hours later, I finally went to bed. At some point, Des gently shook me in my cubby. My head was swimming, and he stared at me, his face a foot away. Are you okay? You were talking in your sleep. I sat up and shook the cobwebs. I'd been having a nightmare about Dicor. I was there, alone, staring over a bleak rocky field as an angry sun began to rise. Thousands of corpses littered the ground in all directions. I'm fine. I saw blue metal buildings, and my gaze directed to a lake beyond an abandoned city. The strangest part is that it felt like home. Dicor and I were connected in the vision. Desmond praised my face. Colt, are you sure? It's nothing. But the lingering dream stuck in my mind. Had I seen that place before? It was so recognizable. We found Maya in the common space, her back facing the wall so she could see both blue and orange residence entrances. She glowed from the screen's light and quickly went to work bringing the feeds up. We'll probably be detected if we watch for more than a few seconds in each camera. The alerts are notified after 5 seconds, according to the manual. You got their manual? Des asked. Sure. It was the first thing I did, Maya said. It was in Angor talk, but the numbers still made sense. We huddled close, Des and I surrounding Maya, observing the tablet. She tested the camera, and it showed a section inside Pelora. I don't have their schematics, so it's unclear which cameras we're accessing, she said, quickly moving to another. This showed us a corridor, and an Angor woman strode by with a box in her hands. The next had to be the bridge. Are you screenshotting these? Des asked. Maya swore and set up the images to record when she changed the feeds. I tried to remember the lay of the bridge, but the image switched. I almost choked. There were weapons. Hundreds of guns on the wall, crates and crates of materials. The camera changed again. Did you see that? Desmond asked. Why do we need so much artillery? Every hair on my body stood on end, thinking about my recent nightmare. It all vanished when the next feed showed the exterior cameras. Maya made notes on which number was dedicated for what region, and I gaped at the alien vessels flying alongside us. "Pause it!" I rose, nearly knocking the tablet from the table. "What?" Maya must have looked away, but Desmond's face was locked in a grimace. She returned to the previous image, keeping it there, a frozen moment in time. "Those aren't Angor." I grabbed the device and spread my fingers on the screen, zooming on them. What the hell was that? Desmond paled in the dim glow. "Not Angor in the slightest." "Then what are they?" Maya stole the device back. "They can't be human. We haven't built anything like that." The vessels were stout, rounded, where the Angors were triangular with curvy edges. I spotted 5 of them flying with us, and that was only from this angle. Who knew how many were flanking us, spread along the length of Pelora? "Maya, check the other..." I sealed my lips as the entrance to the common area opened. The Angor soldier eyed us as its drone shone a light in our direction. Maya already had the tablet off the table, tucked under her seat. The soldier sang out a phrase in his native tongue and realized he was speaking with humans. "Why are you here?" Des took the lead, pointing to the team blue doors. "We live here. You out for a midnight stroll? Looking for a snack?" The guy bristled, but didn't reach for his gun. It was short and snub-nosed, strapped to his leg. "All citizens are required to be in their sleeping destinations for the duration of each night." "Fine." I rose to my feet and he flinched. "We were thinking of starting a book club and wanted to discuss options. I'm partial to mid-20th century science fiction. That's when all the greats emerged, changing the way we thought about space travel and first encounters. But I guess you probably haven't read any of those." I indicated Maya. "This one only wants to read comics. Manga, can you believe it? And the old guy?" I nodded toward Desmond. "He's into 17th century French literature. Doesn't even make sense to me." The soldier studied me intently, his black eyes darker in the shadows. "Please return to your sleeping destinations. We'll be good citizens. Come on, my friends. Let's listen to the nice Angor and his gun," Des said. The soldier waited until Maya was inside Team Orange's residence block, and I watched him guarding the corridor while Des and I went to ours. When the door closed, Des grabbed my shoulders. "There are other aliens." That wasn't proof. Maybe they've been hiding another type of ship from us, I suggested. "Doubtful. Do you think the soldiers make rounds each night, or do they suspect their network has been hacked?" Desmond opened the door and peeked through. "He's gone." "I assume they're roaming the halls while we sleep, ensuring everyone is safe," I told him. "Right. Safe from whom?" Desmond climbed into his bunk along the floor, and I stopped before ascending the few rungs to mine. "We'll check with Maya in the morning, see what else we can find out." Desmond nodded and settled into his bunk. I heard him muttering something about aliens, and despite the exciting information we'd just learned, I fell asleep almost instantly. 9. "I've been blocked." Maya lifted her arms in exasperation. "I went to retrieve the cameras again, but they were gone. Vanished." "Have they traced you?" I asked. "Don't think so. I suspect I'd be shot at an airlock if they did." Maya had bags under her usually smooth complexion. We'd seen a giant room full of weapons, then unidentified spaceships flying with Pelora, almost as if they were escorting us to the river checkpoint. None of it sat well with our group. We were growing restless. Ambrose and a bunch of other younger Team Blue members were playing cards at the far end of the common space, and the older people were making laps, taking the opportunity for exercise. We'd reached our breaking point, but I suspected the river was upon us. "How do you guys feel?" Franklin asked. Stressed, I said. No, I mean, physically. I've never felt this good. His eyes were bright today, brown with a glimmer of life he'd been missing before. Now that you mention it, Des stood up and stretched. His posture was improved. I'm better too. I wasn't. I'd woken up this morning with sore lungs, an ache in my chest, and a dull but constant throbbing in my temple. Signs of Xeno. I'm okay, I lied. It's the pills, Willow said from behind me. I pushed out an empty chair and she took it, joining us. Her hair was cut short, but she couldn't have been more than 5 years my elder. Maybe 40. You think? Franklin asked. They told us the gray one was for strength and sleep. It's enhanced our immune systems. Willow seemed confident. Makes sense. I've been unusually tired when I hit the bunks. Maya slid her tablet away. I doubted she'd said a word to the Team Orange lead about our adventures last night. Me too. Franklin yawned despite his comment. I didn't blame him. All this waiting was wearing on us. I'd been able to rest, but I didn't feel any better. I was worse. I wondered at the effectiveness of the capsule for someone with Xeno. That wasn't good. We'd been told that one of the capsules helped with traveling through the river. If the pill didn't work on me, I might struggle with the journey. It might be the reason they didn't want anyone with Xeno on the trek. Began to sweat in the idea of being the sole person on board unable to handle the river. Adol joined us for the first time since she dropped us off in our new home. She seemed elated, smiling wide. Hello, citizen. Hello, Adol, Des said, hopping to his seat to perform the slightest of bows. What's the word? She looked confused. Oh, the word. We are arriving at the river checkpoint in a few hours. It takes time to draw enough power to make the transition, but we will be sharing the video feed. Where can you see it? Willow inquired. Adol pressed a button on the wall and 2 big screens lowered from the ceiling. Everyone's eyes settled on me. They each showed a waving flag. On the left was Earth's flag, flapping in an unseen breeze. It had the 7 stars on the right border, the blue colors matching our ocean from space. The opposite had the Angor emblem, light blue with 3 wavy white lines running horizontal over the length. Is there anyone else flying with us right now? Maya blurted. Adol's thin lips hurt, but she managed to stay composed. I don't understand the question. I'm just curious if we're being escorted. Never mind, Desmond said briskly. Mr. Dex, your attendance has been requested on the bridge. Adol spoke, but her words took a moment to register. Franklin elbowed me in the arm. Me? I uttered. Yes, Assistant Director Hart has asked for your presence. Just me? I glanced at Des. Yes, we'll leave in 5 minutes. Adol walked to another table, chatting with Ambrose. I guess your girlfriend has her power back, Maya joked. Keep an eye on things. Ask questions, but don't make it too obvious. Desmond was close, whispering casually so no one would notice. And if you get a chance, check out that room Maya located on the camera. It was on the same deck as the bridge, the next quadrant over. I wasn't about to go skulking around Pelora, not when there were countless armed Angor ready to throw me into the brig if I was caught. Also, I was already here illegally. I didn't want to make a scene and draw attention to myself. Come to think of it, what the hell was Indy thinking when she asked me to the bridge? She probably wanted me to witness the great Angor technology for myself. Maya grabbed my arm before I left, slipping something into my hand. Can you touch the bridge? I glanced at the miniature electrical device with an Angor universal adapter built into it. It's steady. I can't be seeing nothing of the bridge computer. It's simple. If you do that, and see what else they're hiding from us? I held the tool and slipped it into my pants pocket. Fine, but if I don't have a blatant opportunity, I'm not trying. Are you ready, Mr. Beck? Avril asked from the doorway. You bet. I left Team Blue and Team Orange behind and felt all 200 pairs of eyes on my back as I entered the corridor leading from our temporary home. Getting to the bridge was a blur. Avril guided me through a series of tunnels, elevators, then more corridors, which were identical to the last. Either the ship had been designed by a madman, or she was trying to ensure I didn't recall the past. The fact that we'd come into restricted territory was obvious. Avril used a special key card, blocking my sight from the panel with her shoulder. She smiled as the door opened and we entered the sealed-off section of Pelora. The air was different, cooler, thinner. I felt lighter in my steps as we strode past countless uniformed Angor, eventually slowing as we approached the bridge. I recognized the dense doors, the change in aesthetic from Horazzo in Central Park. It had appeared much the same, but at half the scale. Indy Hart chatted with the tallest Angor I'd ever seen, and the moment she saw me, she blossomed into a smile. My heart ached, and not because of the demon. She excused herself from the man and approached me, slipping her arm into mine. Welcome to the river, she whispered. We entered the bridge, and I inhaled in awe. It was incredible. Everything was so bright, with high ceilings, giant bulkheads, covered in lights and computer screens. There were 10 Angor crew members, earpieces on and visors shielding their eyes. The administrator was seated front and center, and I coughed, recognizing the man. Is that Administrator Volans? Indy finished. He was an icon. The legendary figure that had almost single-handedly steered the Angor past deadly radiation pockets and 2 asteroid belts, while circumventing 5 ship malfunctions. I'd heard some remarkable tales of his leadership and skill, but the stories had faded away in time. I figured he'd died years ago in some heroic manner. Yet there he was, larger than life in what I assumed was the captain's chair. He swiveled, making eye contact with me. Bring us in, he said in English, probably for Indy's benefit. We were the only 2 humans on the bridge. It's unbelievable, Indy whispered. You're not kidding. Volans is alive. Not that. She squared my shoulders off, redirecting my line of sight. There it was. The view screen was floor to ceiling, covering most of the expanse of the enormous bridge. The river checkpoint was centered in the display. Oh my God. I reached for a console, trying to steady my shaky knees. 3 points crackled and spat white light. They formed the perfect triangle. Pelora was huge, but these things were 5 times farther apart than our ship was long. It was difficult to fathom the sheer size of the checkpoint. Administrator Volans gave an order I couldn't understand, and Indy translated it. Complete the charge. The points were each probably the size of 10 football fields, and they pulsed with white energy. It was pure, daunting power. We were away from the bridge crew, observing as silent witnesses. Director Ulasan walked in, flanked by 2 soldiers, and he strode right up to Administrator Volans. I thought he was staying on Earth. I guess he decided to make the trek. Where are we going? I'd been told we had a stop to make before continuing to Dicor, but no destination had been provided. I've heard it's an ally of the Angor. Dicor is 3 months' travel from there. Indy didn't have a lot of answers. Considering how important she was supposed to be to our colony, Her information was limited. Indy was smart. She knew this was the case, but I also suspected she was hoping to be more involved once we settled on the colony. How does the river work? I asked quietly. It's a version of a slipstream, from what I gather. Each checkpoint is anchored to a planet of mass, in our case, Jupiter. I'd been so distracted, I hadn't noticed the giant planet to the right. I considered that for a moment. I was looking at an entire other world from the bridge of a giant alien space vessel. My brain tried to connect the details, but struggled. I'd grown up obsessed with baseball and sci-fi, and now I was here, on Pelora, among the very first humans to traverse the river. The stream, or in this case, river, connects to another system's anchor, and we proceed in the corridor. The Angor say it's the safest means of travel, and by far the fastest. They spent the last 5 years creating this checkpoint, Indy said. Has it been tested? Not that I know of, she replied. We're the maiden voyage into this river checkpoint. I looked at the alien intergalactic technology, amazed to be one of the first 2 humans ever to view such a sight. Should I ask them to turn around? Indy grinned. No. I gawked at the screen while the triangle shape took form, flickering power shooting from the top down to the lower 2 points. It dimmed, and for a second I thought it might fail. Then they connected, flooding the view screen with light, and I felt the ripple of energy rock Pelora like a boat in the water. Volans gave more orders, and Pelora began flying toward the triangle-shaped checkpoint. Indy, who's piloting those ships near us? I whispered. She didn't meet my gaze. What are you talking about? There's no one else. It's just Pelora. Is that a fact? I asked. I haven't been told otherwise. I peered bulkhead full of small monitors, recognizing exterior camera feeds being played over them. I couldn't see any of the odd ships. Maybe it had been an error, a trick of light. The clip had only been 5 seconds, and they weren't high resolution. But I could picture the alien ships in my mind, and I knew it hadn't been a mistake. Director Ulasan walked to the front of the bridge, turning to face everyone. Indy translated his brief speech for me. Her breath was warm. Welcome to the river. We're glad to have constructed the connection to Earth, our latest. He glanced to where Indy and I stood. Partnership. Godrian is awaiting our arrival, so let us not delay any longer. Prepare for the river. Ulasan's lead gave way to Administrator Volan's deep voice commanding the crew. They moved like a well-oiled machine, working smoothly together to bring Pelora directly in the center of the checkpoint. The white energy continued to crackle at the triangle's borders, but not as brightly as before. The light formed solid lines. How long will the river take? I asked Indy. A day or so? Everyone's attention was on the view screen, anticipating our entry. With a cautious glance behind me, I rolled the device from Maya in my fingers, pulling it out. The consoles to my left were unmanned, and I crouched, pretending to tie my boots, which had thick straps rather than laces. There was an open receptacle, and I pressed it in, quickly returning to my feet. Indy peered at me, frowning, but I didn't think it was related to my covert mission. Her attention had been on the screen. She took my hand. I'm glad you could be here. We entered the boundary, and for a moment, everything was still. Sound failed to exist. The view screen revealed only blackness, no pricks of starlight, no Jupiter, just darkness. It felt like we'd entered an eternal gateway to hell, but I held fast, focused on getting through the other side. Then, Pelora began to scream. Bright light dashing past the view screen, spinning and shooting through sharp turns. It seemed like I was floating before plummeting off a building without the ground in sight. "Are you feeling okay, Colton?" Indy asked. Why was no one else experiencing this intense pressure? My abdomen flopped. The room shook and spun like a laundry machine. The rest of the bridge appeared unaffected. Administrator Volans peered at me from his chair, and I passed out. What a wuss. Ambrose's distinct voice carried into my cubby as I tried to sleep. The ship was oscillating at random, which only contributed to my nausea. I guess this is what seasickness felt like. The river was aptly named. "Leave him alone, boy," Des said. "Or what?" "Stop fighting," I managed to croak out. My stomach was empty, and the 2 times I'd attempted to drink water had been impossible to keep down. It was only for a day. Lucky for me, there was another citizen from Orange in the same situation. We'd theorized that the pill must not be as effective on humans as the Angor thought, but it helped hide my Xeno from the general population, and I intended to keep it that way. I also wanted my head to stop spinning. That would have been great. Indy had asked them to escort me back, claiming she wasn't feeling well either. The rest of Team Blue was excited. They couldn't stop talking about the checkpoint and continuously speculated where it was bringing us. Desmond, being the good friend he was, hadn't left my side for the last 12 hours and claimed I'd be monitored until the journey through the river was complete. I closed my eyes, trying to avoid the nauseating sensations overwhelming my body. It was the most uncomfortable I'd been since the extensive Xeno attack. They were such different experiences, it was tough to compare the two. After this many hours of wanting to throw up, I would have traded it for a bout of gasping breaths and racing pulse. I stayed in the cubby until word came that we were about to exit the river. I figured I managed a few hours of sleep out of the 24, and counted myself blessed I'd had that many. "You sure you want to attempt this?" Des asked. He and Franklin waited on the floor, holding their arms out. They wavered in my vision, but I knew they were firmly planted. I didn't want to ever travel by the river again, or hear its name. My left leg kicked out, then my right, and I slid from the cubby in the wall, letting them raise me to the floor. Everything spun with a horrible wave of vertigo. It will be done soon. This was my new mantra, spoken repeatedly in my mind to calm myself. "That's my boy." Desmond and Franklin managed to get me out of our bunk room until I settled to a spot on a couch beside Maya. The screens showcased the 2 flags, and they vanished, revealing the footage from the nose of Pelora as we were about to exit the river. "This is amazing," Willow said. "Another world." "We still don't know where we're going," Maya said. She had a tablet out. "Thanks for hooking me up. I haven't had a chance to say that yet." Did it help? I tried to focus on her device's screen and nearly blacked out. "I have access to the network, but it's all in Angor and none of us can translate it. We found the map system, stuff like that, so I can store the details for later. I'll keep working on it." "It's happening," Willow exclaimed. I glanced over to the exit. Abel was there, staring at me. I averted my gaze and viewed the monitors as Pelora sped from the end, shooting into another triangle of light. This would be the checkpoint exit near Godrian. Everything began to shift back to normal. The pressure in my head, the feeling in my eyes, the constant unease was gone. We'd done it. Traveled through the river and managed to make it unscathed. Luckily for me, I was only slightly scathed. I tried to stand, and my legs obeyed. The unusual sensations had vanished, but my body was dehydrated and in desperate need of sustenance. Maya handed me a glass of water with a smirk, and we stared at the screens, anxious to see what the far edge of the slipstream held for our colony citizens. all we could see was space. In the distance, I spotted an orange glowing ball of gas, the system's star. It didn't appear so different from home, maybe slightly more amber than yellow. People spoke, but in hushed tones, trying to determine our exact location. Maya glanced at the Angor representative in the room with us, but Abel wasn't paying attention to the humans. She was on her tablet, smiling while she typed. "Psst, Colton," Maya said through her teeth. "I used the plugin you attached and cross-referenced the mapping system. You're never going to believe this." "What?" I peered at the device, trying to see what had her so excitable. She was almost bouncing in her seat. "Spit it out," Des told her. "We're almost 300 light years from home." Maya seemed pleased at the news. 300 light years in a day. Now that's the expressway, Franklin said. "Did you find out anything about Godrian?" I hoped she had something on that tablet. "Again, unless you have someone to translate this." Indy spoke the language in bits and pieces, but she'd never confirmed if she could read or write their language. The Angor were protective of their culture, and that didn't sit well with me. Why partner with humans if you were planning to lead them, but not share anything about your own customs, world, or traditions? I thought back to Earth. People had been forcing their ethos on others for thousands of years. Missionaries pushing their gods on villagers, planting flags on countries they didn't own. The Angor had done that, but their approach had been too enticing for humanity to resist. Instead of bringing death and disease, they offered healthcare and solutions. Except for Xeno. I guess they weren't so different after all. The mere fact that it had been 20 years and I'd had maybe a dozen 5-minute conversations on anything to do with Angor, their expedition to Earth, or their homeworld of Trum was unsettling. The more I thought about it, the more I questioned our circumstances. The only people that had seemed to care were my father's customers. I recalled overhearing a few heated debates with my dad while I was supposed to be sweeping the warehouse. My stomach growled, reminding me it was time to eat. With no planet in sight, I did just that. The Angor provided food at each meal. Where it was processed, I had no idea. It showed up in our allotted areas, enough to feed 200 citizens. It was between lunch and dinner, but I found some trays on the buffet with fried chicken and limp salad. Beggars couldn't be choosers. I devoured a breast and 2 legs before I even sat down. My body was already stronger, my mind clearer, after a day of hell. The Angor had cleverly arranged giant commercial coffee units in the room, and I used the digital screen to select how I preferred my coffee. They simplified life for us, as if humanity didn't have it easy enough before their arrival. I chose the size of drink, and that I wanted 1 serving of cream, no sugar. The cup extruded from beneath it, and I watched while the hot beverage dripped out, slowly brewing it fresh. "Mr. Beck, how are you feeling?" It was Abel, and she glanced at my cup, grinning. I'd always considered the Angor as an alternative type of human, but that wasn't true. Her bald head was covered in leathery skin, like it was slightly looser than ours, but not slack. Her eyes were black, blinking slowly. The slots of her nose were slightly sideways, and her mouth was wider than mine. But after 2 decades, they were commonplace, normal. That was what the Angor had achieved. They'd made themselves a friendly face, ready to help humanity. After seeing the number of weapons stowed on this ship, and the strange alien vessels traveling with us near Earth, I had second thoughts. But Abel did seem kind, and I wasn't going to hold the entire race of aliens' possible motives against her. I couldn't be better. I held the cup, wishing it wasn't too hot to sip. "We will be orbiting Godrian in 7 hours, and your presence has been requested," she said. By whom? The assistant director. She's asked to replace her aide for the layover. Cyrus has been under the weather, Abel told me. I'd never heard of an Angor being sick. I wondered if Indy had orchestrated this to get me on the planet. If so, I would be pleased to view our destination. I'd be delighted, I assured her. We'll return for you then. Abel walked off, leading the 200 humans in their sealed-off quarters alone. What was that all about? Desmond eyed me with curiosity when I returned to the group. I got something to eat? Not that, Colton, Des muttered. I guess I'm going to Godrian. Everyone stared at me with awe. 10. The planet filled our view screen. It was incredible. Godrian was a dirty brown color, and I couldn't see a single speck of water from our position. Indy had asked me to keep quiet until we landed, and I obeyed her command. This shuttle transport held 20 or so Angor, with Indy and me as the only humans. Director Ulasan sat across from me, his eyes closed. It seemed as if he was either worried or he didn't like the idea of dropping into an atmosphere with a thin wall separating him from his imminent death. Now that I'd thought of it, I didn't like it either. Indy told me she knew nothing of the mission parameters, but Ulasan had allowed us to join their excursion, so that demonstrated a hint of trust between our two parties. We were going to colonize a planet with them, after all. You'd think we could have a conversation about it, but no, it was to be revealed on their time with their rules. Fine. I was just grateful to be breaching an alien world's atmosphere. Part of the thrill was wondering what came next. I'd lived my entire life anticipating my next move. The only real surprises had been the Angor ship materializing over my small city when I was 15 years old, and the day I was told the Xeno would kill me. Everything after those events became 20 years of monotony, a blur of working, sleeping, eating, and dreaming of a different opportunity. I'd let myself be open to the future's possibilities and accept the outcome, because what did it matter? I peered at Indy, seeing her familiar expression of nervous energy. She bit her lip and stopped when she realized I was watching her. The shuttle rumbled and shook as we descended, and I gained a better view of the world. It confirmed my suspicion about the lack of water. From here, it was all shades of brown. Staggered mountains spread out below us, but we flew past them, heading to a city. We made quick work of the skies, lowering without any sensation of discomfort to our bodies. The Angor spoke amongst themselves, singing low tunes as the pilot swung over top the city, spinning to return to the far outer edge. The buildings were short, squat structures, almost as if they were molded from clay. I saw zero noticeable ships in the sky, or signs of advanced technologies. I hoped Dicor had more to offer than this mud world. Director Ulasan remained seated while the armed soldiers with us strode past me, opening the doors. Warm, musty air entered the cabin, and I fought the urge to retch. It smelled of swamp. Back in Fayetteville, we had enough of those around. My cousin and I used to go catch frogs in the summer when he'd come to visit for a week at a time, and the scent was reminiscent of those simpler years of my life. I could never bring myself to eat them at the local pub, no matter how much batter they were coated with. Ulasan finally rose, and I noted how none of the other Angor dared to react until he was on his feet. "This is Godrian," Ulasan spoke in English. "The Fizo are our greatest allies. Today we meet with Band Zon's leader, Chief Oru. Do nothing. Don't embarrass us. Listen And speak only when I give you the nod. He tilted his chin down, demonstrating the motion. This was a lot of names, and I tried to cling to them. What was a band? Hell, what was a viso? We understand. Don't be Colton, Indy said. You bet. Stay out of the way. I smiled at Ulasan, but he just glared at me. I thought he was your aide. Ulasan looked at my hands. He is. Indy pressed a tablet into my grip and instructed me to take notes. 2 Angor women followed Ulasan, and I assumed they were his assistants. It seemed that the Angor couldn't live without someone at their beck and call, especially the leaders. Come, and don't forget my words. Ulasan departed, climbing down the 4 steps onto the ground. It was dry, and dirt puffed onto his pants with his heavy footfall. We followed, and the sun hit me, immediately causing me to sweat. Insects hovered in my face, and I swatted at them, trying to gain a view of the city. Heat lines sweltered over the rounded houses. The ground was bone dry and cracked, like it had been baked by the intense sun without reprieve for the last decade. I couldn't think of a more unforgiving landscape, except maybe southern Arizona in the summer. My breaths were quick and arid, making me lick my lips and thirst for a tall, cool beer. Indy was far more composed, like she was ready for any scenario. No one came to greet us. Where are they? I whispered, but Indy shushed me. Ulasan kept walking, stopping 10 feet from the ship. The other Angor stayed behind him as the director knelt on the ground. One of his aides offered him a bottle, and he dumped the contents on the dirt. Once it was empty, she took it again, and he used his hands to mix the contents. Ulasan coated his face with mud and got to his feet, clapping his palms together. He spoke loudly, like a thunderstorm. The words were indecipherable to my ears, but their power gave me chills. Indy moved closer, and I didn't stop her. Ulasan smacked his hands again, and they appeared. From the edges of the nearest building, the ceilings, the ground, the aliens emerged, perfectly blending with their surroundings a moment. The next, they were visible. I almost stumbled back, but caught myself on the shuttle's hull. Esir mili dahrulakaki, one of them said. It sounded like the same language Ulasan had been speaking, but far more fluid. They each carried what I assumed were spears and wore armor, brown with green spots, thick chests, arms, and legs. They had short fuzz on the tops and sides of their rounded heads and beaks like a turtle. Intelligent, white eyes. I'd never seen something so captivating. Ulazan spoke again, and Avizo cautiously approached the Angor director. His weapon buzzed and glowed, a string of electricity arcing from the end like a cattle prod. He flipped his lance in the air and passed it to Ulasan, who accepted the gift. I almost thought the Vizo was about to be stabbed in the throat. Ulasan shifted the weapon with proficient ease, nearly tapping the opposing alien in the neck, then chest, before dropping it. It clattered to the hard ground, and the two of them appraised one another. The weapon stayed on, the dirt singeing from the current. Ulasan stomped his feet like he was about to throw down with the thick alien. The Vizo barked deeply, an animalistic growl, and lunged. Indy started to walk forward, but I stopped her with a tap on the shoulder. Instead of fighting, the Angor and Vizo embraced, patting each other on the backs and speaking the local language. This is different, I whispered to Indy. I guess we'd better get used to that. We thought cultures on Earth were distinct. Now we're dealing with this. The rest of the Vizo came closer. Gone was the tense, caustic feeling in the air, replaced by a jovial reunion. The 20 Angor were surrounded by the armor-wearing local people, talking animatedly. Should we go over there? I asked Indy. He told us not to interrupt. I could tell she wanted to. So did I. It was hot and dry, and I peered to the nearest building with its rough, molded walls and domed ceiling, wondering if they were cool inside, or worse than here. Ulasan's face was still caked with fresh mud, and he turned, waving toward Indy and me. As I walked closer to the Viso people, I saw they weren't wearing armor. The shell was part of them, and surrounded their torso, much like a tortoise or crustacean. Incredible. I think I muttered the last thought because Indy nudged me, urging me to stay silent.
They are Band Zon, and this is one of my oldest friends, Chief Oru,
Ulasan told us. His aide handed over 2 compact boxes.
Secure the device in your ear, and it will translate our discussions. If I ask you to remove it, please do. Some of the conversation may be confidential.
I stuck the earbud in, adjusting the placement until it stayed comfortably. A couple of the Viso mumbled to themselves, and I heard the words enter my ear in English.
They are so pale and small, fleshy.
Indy must have heard it too, but she didn't react. Thank you, Director Ulasan, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Chief Oru. The Viso band leader tilted his head slightly, looking at the dirt. Ulasan's aide came and passed Indy a bottle of water. She took it before crouching to duplicate the director's prior actions. She returned to standing with a mud-smeared brow and cheeks, and Oru's people slapped their padded palms together in appreciation. What about me? I asked.
You're an aide. Keep quiet.
Ulasan said casually, and I didn't comment. We were guided to a building a half-mile away, walking the uneven streets. 10 Viso appeared in a shuttle huddled in the back seats. It reminded me of an old tourist bus with no roof to shield from the elements. It was cracked and sun-worn. The engine must have been overheating because a light steam shot from valves on the sides of the vehicle. I listened to pieces of the locals conversing with the Angor, finding it mostly banal. Weather, water, families. Then, suddenly, they mentioned Earth, and my ears perked up. The conversation was interrupted by another Angor as he glanced in our direction. The structure we stopped at was slightly larger than the other nearby buildings. Up close, I noticed the rocks embedded into the mud. It was solid construction, and far more archaic than I would have anticipated on an alien world with a river checkpoint near it. I stood next to a Viso, and it was surrounded by insects. A few landed on its head, digging down into the fuzzy hair. The Viso didn't react. When the bugs came at me, I swatted them away, catching a few stares for my action.
Welcome to Band Zon. We are grateful for your visit.
Oru pointed at the arched doorway, and it opened. Cool air breezed out in perfect contrast to the sweat on my brow. I longed for reprieve from the heat, but waited in my position for the rest of them to enter before proceeding. They closed behind me automatically. It was a spacious room with gentle lighting illuminating openings in the ceiling. There were dozens of skylights, each with a yellow screen changing the sunlight's color and likely filtering some of the UV. The interior was a far cry from the rudimentary mud huts outside. The floors were polished stone, and the walls were finished with white stucco, artfully designed with wavy patterns. There were 5 doors accessible, but I didn't think we were using those. The round table in the center of this room was made for a meeting, making this the band's version of a town hall. Instead of individual chairs, there were curved benches, accommodating 5 Viso on each. Everyone filed to the table, and Indy and I sat with Ulasan and one of his aides. The chief and 3 of his people took the adjacent bench, and we began. They spoke the Viso's tongue, and I noted that many of the Angor had the same earpieces in, which meant several languages could be in use.
Thank you for seeing us, Chief Oru. As you know, we've come from Earth.
Ulasan indicated Indy.
This is our assistant director. You hold the same rank.
Indy jolted in her seat, probably shocked by this revelation. Chief Oru is also an assistant director.
Yes. We met the Viso 300 of your years ago,
Ulasan said. The mud was dry, and pieces of it fell from his cheeks to the table. He ignored the debris. You've done this before? Indy asked.
11 occasions, yes.
Ulasan's expression was stoic.
We are ever grateful for their intervention,
Oru told us.
Without the Angor, our people would not exist any longer.
Tell us about your history. Indy leaned onto her forearms. The Viso were on the edge of their seats as if eager to share their tumultuous past. At that moment, clouds rolled in, causing the room to dim, and Oru's voice lowered.
Godrian is an inhospitable world. Once we were covered with vast oceans, rolling plains and luscious valleys. Water wasn't an issue, and we were a happy people, spread across the entire planet with little knowledge past our own villages. It was a treasured time.
I sensed the story about to shift.
But the universe does not remain stagnant, and our home suffered immense changes. The heat gradually increased, the oceans dried up, the plains were fried, making it impossible to grow crops. What little water that remained became a point of contention. The bands were pitted against one another. We'd originally spread to all corners of the land, but the drought forced us to migrate to the last lakes.
He peered at the door.
7 lakes remained. The 7 strongest bands controlled them, until they slowly used all the water, never being replenished. Then the 7 War began.
How long ago was this? Indy asked him.
We fought for decades, until the Angor descended through the clear skies and settled between our battling villages. If it wasn't for the Angor, I would not be here. Nor would my hatchlings, or my lovely Goha.
A Viso beside him made a soft cooing noise, and I presumed this was his spouse.
They offered us water, friendship, and a future that was impossible without their intervention. We owe it all to the Angor and Director Ulasan.
I blanched, looking at the bald Angor man with pieces of crusted dirt on his face. Wait, how old are... Indy nudged my thigh under the table, and I stopped.
We signed the Unity Accord, and now we have access to the river. Trading partners, allies, food.
I guessed that the odd gesture he made was a smile. If we were expecting a solid recommendation, this band chief was more than happy to do so. Maybe I'd been wrong about them. So what if they weren't forthcoming with us? Did we deserve transparency? Probably not. If I'd seen how bad Earth was, would I have trusted humans with my secrets? No. Was it unusual for an alien spacefaring race to have a massive stockade of weapons? I doubted it. Humans would do the same thing. Chilled air flowed into the room, and I glanced at vents under the table. Chief Oru noticed.
Beneath our village is a cooling station. It's beside the well. The Pazo bring the ice through the river, and we store it underground. It allows us to utilize the chilled water for comfort, as well as providing water for life.
That's very impressive, Indy said.
It's thanks to the Angor. I understand you are being gifted Dicor.
Indy nodded. That's what we're told. A colony of 10,000 strong.
10,000. Yes, we recall.
Oru said. You had a colony world too? I asked, forgetting myself. Ulasan frowned, but answered for his friend.
The Viso have colonized Zoli too, a small world on the outskirts of the galaxy. They earned that privilege.
And have you visited it, Oru? Indy asked. She was speaking to the one Viso with the same designation as her among their Angor benefactors.
Many times. We have a river checkpoint there as well, built 100 years ago.
He seemed proud of their accomplishments, and this conversation put me at ease. Indy's expression was blank, but it was difficult to read her when her face was covered with dried mud.
I wanted to bring you here to see firsthand that our intentions are virtuous,
Ulasan told Indy.
I understand that humans prefer to hear things in the open and to plan accordingly, but that is not how we operate. You will experience this colony in the same manner as the previous 11 Unity partners, and that is final.
Indy's smile cracked her mask. Very well, Director Ulasan. You will have our support. She looked at me and I gave her a reassuring nod.
Good. Shall we dine?
Oru spoke in his deep alien tongue, but his words echoed through my earpiece in a comforting male voice. I had no idea what these thick, alien amphibians ate, but when in Rome... After one more trek across the hot, parched streets, we entered another domed building. This one with a tinted, plastic material over it, rather than packed stones and sludge. We were ushered into a holding room with glass walls, and I peered to the space beyond it. I couldn't see much with dripping condensation blurring my vision. Once the exterior door sealed, the secondary entrance buzzed open, granting us admission. At first sight, my breath caught in my chest. Thousands of green plants rose from long stone troughs. Bright insects, reminiscent of butterflies, floated and drifted between blooms in an alien form of pollination. It was humid inside their greenhouse, with water dripping down the curved walls and ceiling. It was so out of place on this world that it took a moment for my eyes to acclimate. This is beautiful, Indy whispered to Oru.
My Goha is the designer.
He indicated his wife next to him.
I simply took the offered technology and created our oasis. We have 10 of these structures throughout the village, enough to feed all 12,000 of our band.
12,000 live in this village? I asked. That was roughly the same size as our colony. From the outside, I would have guessed fewer, but it was difficult to tell. Yes. Goha's voice repeated her words in a gender-neutral tone. Would you care to see how it works? I'd been obsessed with understanding complex systems since I was young. I could spend hours at a museum, but wishing to see the boiler room rather than the art. My father worked at some of those sites when I was little, doing ducting installations, and I'd always begged to tag along. I'd love to. We followed Goha while Ulasan remained with Oru and the others. The two leaders spoke in muted sounds while we walked away.
The water funnels from the interior well using pressurized tanks.
She crouched and opened an access hatch along the bottom of the stone trough. There were small openings in a metallic strip that carried over the top of the soil. She tapped the manual button and water began to mist the bases of the plants.
They are all automated with conservation in mind. These biospheres are sealed tight, which allows us to limit our consumption. When you live for centuries on restricted water, you begin to find methods to optimize your usage.
I smiled at her. She was proud to explain their technology. Her eyes were bright white with tiny dots for pupils. Her mouth never fully closed while she spoke, and she rubbed her palm pads together while talking. They were remarkable. I noticed that they'd abandoned their spear prods back in the town hall. They were probably a customary weapon used to greet opposing bands from years ago. I appreciated that they clung to their traditions. Did the Angor remove your satellite networks? I asked, glancing up.
I don't understand.
Your communication. Computers. She stared blankly at me until it clicked.
We have Angor technology, but only use it for automation. We do not wish for interference such as long-range communication or connection with other bands. We prefer to do things as we have done them.
That's right, Ulasan said from behind us. The Viso have opted not to use space travel for their personal exploration. They strictly access the river to trade and move from their colony to Godrian. That is done in our vessels with our crews.
The Angor escorted the Viso from place to place. On one hand, it appeared as if they were doing the aliens a favor, but it was also controlling. I didn't know which it truly was. Maybe a combination of both.
When we serve, we use what is given, but...
Oru stopped when Director Ulasan quipped something my translator didn't accept. You said serve. What did you mean? Indy asked.
Nothing, Ulasan told her. He misspoke.
Correct, Oru said. We use what is given when we must, for the sake of our people's well-being.
Oru and his wife serve the greater needs of their people, which is true,
Ulasan said, smiling at his allies.
Let us feast.
Oru clapped Ulasan on the back, and they led us from the greenhouse to another place. This time, we took 3 of the rolling vehicles, and Indy and I sat in the rear of the first bus, the unbearable sun beating down on us. The hard shells of the Viso almost steamed from the heat, but they seemed unaffected. Our final destination was a home, a giant hut with seating for 30 at another round table. It was hollow in the middle, with attendants emerging from underground, bringing courses of food and drink from between the dinner guests. The Viso supplying our meals appeared eager to greet us, gawking at the strange humans and the honored Angor guests present for a rare visit. Ulasan and Indy were each given a bowl of water to wash their faces clean before we ate, and I noted how the servers kept the water, not letting a drop go to waste. First came the drinks, provided in clay mugs. Indy sniffed hers, and I did the same, catching a unique but not unpleasant floral scent. The initial sip nearly caused me to spit it out, but I refrained, setting the glass down. It burned my throat and put me at ease. Indy drank more, green eyes going wide. Packs a punch. Ulasan and Chief Oru sat to Indy's left with Goha on my right. She was smitten with the pair of us, asking endless questions. I didn't see the translator in her ear until I studied her anatomy. The small hole in the side of her head was nearly invisible beneath the carpet of short, dark hair.
How many humans are there?
Goha asked with interest. Over 9 billion. Indy smiled at the woman's reaction.
9 billion.
Goha tested the number as if it was an outrageous value, much higher than anything she'd ever heard. Yes, we were on track for far more at one point, Indy said. What about you? How many Viso are on Godrian? A plate was slid to every guest at the same moment, with each server holding 2. They vanished through the central stairs within the middle of the table's opening. Their movements reminded me of synchronized dancing.
We estimate that our planet once held close to 1 billion inhabitants. We lost so many in the centuries of decline. Various life that will never return to Godrian among the waste.
Goha picked up a utensil. It was roughly shaped like a fork, with smooth edges, but clearly created by hand. And now? I poked at the appetizer. It was leafy, with red and green hues on the dish.
Under 100,000, she said.
Indy cleared her throat after taking another sip of her drink. Come again? 100,000? We have the largest remaining band. That must have been some war, I muttered. I heard portions of the other conversations, the translator picking up the odd word or phrase. I did my best to ignore them. Ulasan and Oru were deep in conversation, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. Bon appetit, I said, lifting my fork. Goha duplicated my action, but acted confused by my words. The leafy food was surprisingly good. Indy was already eating it ahead of me, and she appeared to be enjoying the plants. I wondered if they were vegetarians, since I hadn't seen any signs of animal life in our brief scope of the village from above. As Goha suggested, much of the planet's life had suffered substantial losses from the heat and water shortage. I was no expert on the subject, but I always assumed that once creatures began dying off, it was a domino effect until the entire world was under duress. The Angor must have assisted them with that as well. All those years, and most of us thought we were the only world to be visited by the Angor. Perhaps similar factions like the Loyalists existed in other colonies. But after 20 years, not many seemed to question our benefactors. I'd been isolated from the turmoil out in California. I was in my bubble, on my barge, but there were those ready to fight against the Angor for their secretive cause. When Barney had tried to silence me, he'd mentioned friends who were loyal. It was obvious he'd been part of the Loyalists. I wondered what drove them to attack Angor City on our final week on Earth. Word would have spread about that back home. As I sat, poking at my leafy dinner, my thoughts drifted to my parents. My mother, an overbearing but sensible woman, would be at her retirement home near Sarasota, knitting a sweater far too warm for the climate. Dad would be fishing in the morning. You have to go before the sun rises, he'd tell me when I was younger. The water had to be calm, the air still. He didn't go out as often as he'd like, not with his gnarled, arthritic hands. The Angor were good for a lot of things, but my old man didn't want their help with something so trivial. His words, not mine. It was strange being 35 and having retired parents. They didn't plan for a family, but it happened when my mom was 41. A pleasant surprise. I'd probably never see them again. I hadn't told them about my last doctor's appointment, or the fact I was leaving on the expedition. My father always demanded I go to them when my Xeno had nearly claimed me, and I'd promised him I would. I hated that I lied, but that was before I'd heard of Dicor. Suddenly, here, among these armored aliens, with Indy Hart at my side, I wished I could message my parents and hear their voices one last time.
Did you enjoy the course?
Goha asked. I'd eaten half of it when the Viso staff returned, snatching my plate from under me. They replaced it with a bowl, with a soupy broth splashing over the edges. I accepted the spoon and dipped it in, slurping a taste. I copied Ulasan and Chief Oru, making noise while I ate it. Indy hesitantly joined us, and it wasn't that bad. A little fishy. The others were devouring their food, and I shrugged, spooning more into my mouth. Something splashed from inside the bowl, shooting broth on my face. Indy was pale when I glanced over. Her spoon defensively postured between her and the table. Goha made a cooing noise.
The mud slugs of Behur Valley are renowned across Godrine as the tastiest morsel.
Mud slugs. Just when I was beginning to enjoy our visit, it flicked its tail and started to climb from my bowl.
May I?
Goha asked.
Go for it,
I whispered. A long tongue shot from under her rounded beak, grabbing the slug. She crunched once and returned to her own dinner. Indy pushed her plate forward. Will you be coming to Dicor with us? She asked Goha.
Not I, but my husband is sending 100 of our finest soldiers,
Goha said with pride. Soldiers? What for? I blurted, and Ula-san glanced up from his conversation with Oru.
Mind your aid, Miss Hart,
Ula-san said.
What he meant to say was, we appreciate any kind of assistance as we start our journey for Dicor. Our race is excited about launching the colony and building a river checkpoint as you have,
Indy said, ever the politician. Goha finished her meal and sat back on the bench. It groaned under her weight. Her eyes widened as if she wanted to continue the discussion, but she only offered us assurance.
It will be trying, but you will persevere, like the Viso have.
Did you travel to your colony? I asked her.
Not at the start, but I have been lucky enough to visit on numerous occasions. I prefer Godrian. Even in the heat and dirt, it's home.
I understood that. No matter where I'd been in my life, nothing compared to home. The familiarity of the streets, the comprehension of the weather systems, the comfort of my bed, baseball posters taped to my wall. We ate another 2 courses, me barely touching the exotic foods, all of it containing live creatures of some fashion. When it was done and the plates were cleared, Chief Oru rose, turning to address Indy.
Would you like to see our world?
Nothing would make me happier, she said. 11. 19 years ago. It was quiet. I paced the old hardwood floors. They were worn and creaky. It was raining out, and I went to the window, staring at the road. Water merged in puddles, and I opened the pane, letting chilled air inside the stuffy bedroom. My parents were at work. Mom was still teaching, even though the majority of the kids were long gone with their families to the coastlines. The Angor hated the interior, but my mom and dad refused to pack up and go. I wished we'd do something different. I was in school for a little over half the day. Being in 11th grade a year after an alien invasion was far less thrilling than it should have been. I missed my friends. Most of all, I missed Indy. Rain splattered my face and I let it. What did it matter if I got soaked? I had Zeno. My parents were clinging to a false hope that life could return to normal when it was so obvious it never would. Suddenly, those baseball posters on my walls were mocking me, reminding me of that fateful day when one of the Angor ships descended over my city. Why'd they come to Fayetteville in the first place? Pelora, the great primary vessel, had gone to New York, while Harazal and Eleno had stopped in LA and Toronto. The rest were spread across the world, so why did Feplo go to Fayetteville, a smaller city in the middle of nowhere? I slammed the window closed, the glass rattling in the wooden frame. I hated it here. I grabbed for the first poster, tearing it from the wall, then the next, and I kept going until my fingers had paper cuts and the posters were all destroyed. They sat in heaps on my floor, and I stared at the faded outlines on the wallpaper, where the heroes from my past had once stood guard while I slept. Everything was different, and I hated it. Why did the Angor have to come and ruin everything? What if they'd stayed away and we'd won that game, going to state? What if Indy's parents hadn't taken that job and stolen her from me? It wasn't fair. The front door opened and my father's voice boomed from the entrance. He'd been out of a real job for months, picking up any odd thing he could. "Colton, where are you?" I stepped over the mess I'd made and poked my head out of my room. "Up here." "Can you come downstairs?" He sounded tired. He was a disaster. My father used to be a proud man. He was always clean-shaven, glad to be working with his hands on new home building sites, installing ventilation and ducts. His thinning hair was wet, plastered to his head, his gray beard was unkempt. Red lines raced across the whites of his eyes, and I smelled the booze on his breath. "Where have you been?" I asked him. "Son, I'm sorry." He tossed his soaking wet jacket to the floor and sank into the living room recliner. "For what?" I hated seeing him like this, but worse, I felt the urge to help him. "Not protecting you, not providing." He sighed, and I watched him visibly deflate. "If there was another way, but the Angor, they've taken everything from us." I cringed at his defeatist attitude and decided my fate would never mirror his. He was a shell of a man, not the father I'd idolized my entire life. "They don't make your future, Dad." I said the words softly, afraid his mood might turn angry. He wasn't accustomed to violence, but I felt like he might come close during this downward spiral. "What do you want me to do?" He jumped to his feet, striding across our living room. "How can I install ducting when no homes are being built?" "There are new homes on the coast," I shouted back, not willing to let him bully me today. "I told you before, we are not following your traitor girlfriend to New York."
whiskey, baby. What do I want to do? That's what I want to do. It's not that. Let's see here. Ah, c'est vraiment trop intéressant. Sorry.
Caspian's Fortune, Infinity's End, Book 1, by Eric Warren. Narrated by Larry Gorman. 1. Why must you disappoint me, Cass? Next time, come visit my side of the ship, the elegant woman said, descending the long metal ramp. Caspian Rabot raised his fist to his chest in salute, ignoring the insinuation. The princess knew full well, if Caspian so much as looked at her the wrong way, he'd see the end of a shooting gallery by the end of the day. But that didn't mean he couldn't at least be cordial. I can only apologize if everything wasn't to your satisfaction, he replied. She reached the bottom of the ramp, gliding over the surface as if she were on a portable hover, her long sapphire dress concealing any hint of actual legs underneath there. For all Cass knew, maybe she didn't even have legs. Perhaps there was a rolling device that replaced her entire lower body. It was better he kept that image in his mind, rather than where his imagination wanted to direct him. A sweet, flowery scent filled the air as she moved into his personal space. Cass tightened his fist, pressing it into his chest as hard as he could, as her copper eyes studied his own. The princess was almost exactly his height, and she stopped inches short of their faces touching. Caspian tried not to breathe her in, but it was impossible and intoxicating at the same time. You know, Cass, she said, her voice low, we could always extend the trip. Your skills could be put to use in places other than the engine of your ship. Cass suppressed the urge to wet his lips. Begging your pardon, Your Highness, but I'm afraid we wouldn't have the time. You're due for your ceremony in only a few hours. She reached up with her slender fingers and drew them down the stubble on his cheek. He felt the ache of desire bloom within him, but he held steadfast. He really wished for that mechanical torso right about now. I can be quick, if you can, she whispered. His body wanted to shudder at the suggestion, but he planted his resolve. One finger out of place, and he was dead. Her father, His Royal Highness of Cloistria, would make him suffer 10 different ways before granting a merciful death, and suffer greatly. Still, the temptation was strong. If he suspected she was doing anything other than toying with him, he might actually consider it. Alas, she said, dropping her gaze. You're correct. mustn't keep my family waiting. You performed your duty admirably. Cass drew a breath, the first he'd taken in the last 2 minutes. The princess moved past him, still gliding as if on a cloud of air. He dropped his fist and turned to watch her leave. Your accommodations were satisfactory, she added. But next time, I'll expect the deluxe package. Cass had to keep from rolling his eyes, because even though the princess had her back to him, her 2 guards, who had disembarked before her, stood facing Cass, their stares boring into him. Making a move on the princess would have been the last voluntary action Cass ever took as a human being. He pulled a small rectangular device from his pocket, checking his balance on the commune. Something was wrong. Princess? Cass called, jogging to catch up with her. The 2 guards immediately advanced on him, moving on either side of the princess, and each grabbing him by the bicep. For course sake, I just want to ask a question, Cass spat at them. The princess turned to face him again, gliding forward. He wrenched one arm free when the princess raised her hand to indicate he could speak. Change your mind? Her eyes twinkled. Your payment didn't process through, Cass said, holding up his readout. Oh. Her shoulders dropped, as she seemed genuinely disappointed, but it quickly harkened back into her normal confidence. I transferred your payment to your partner's account. He gave me all the proper credentials. I assumed you two split everything 50-50. Cass did his best to keep from lashing out at her. My partner. He meant it as a question, but also didn't want the princess to see his confusion. Yes, Mr. Maddox explained it all quite expertly. Cass bit the inside of his lip, forcing a smile. Yes, of course. Sorry for the confusion. I hope you enjoyed the trip. She smiled back. Not as much as I could have, I suspect. She reached up for his face again, but stopped midway and retracted her hand. Then she turned on her cloud of air and was off toward the entrance to the elongorium. And with a sharp snap of her fingers, her guards turned and followed her. As soon as she was through the sliding doors, Cass raced back up the ramp into the ship. Box! Box! Get me coordinated on Maddox, now! Box poked his rectangular metal head around one of the corridors. Maddox? He asked in his Mancunian accent. What's he got to do with anything? And drop that damn accent, Cass yelled, reaching the cockpit of the ship. His hands flew over the controls, retrieving the ramp and moving through the pre-flight checklist faster than he should. He didn't care. There was no time to waste. Sorry, boss, Box said in his normal voice as he entered the cockpit, his bulky mechanical frame slumping down to the pilot seat. Last known location was Devil's Gate, as if he would be anywhere else. Great, Cass fumed. Just fantastic. That's 6 hours away. It'll all be gone by then. Stole your money again, huh? Box asked, in the superior way he always did. I never did like that, man. Then help me get us the hell out of here so we can steal it back, Cass yelled, finishing the pre-flight sequence. Boss, I don't think you're supposed to... He's not getting away with it. Not this time, Cass said, hitting the thrusters. The reasonable excuse jumped to life, lifting off from the landing pad and spinning 180 degrees as it blasted away from the elongorium. Box turned his attention to the controls, making the adjustments Cass had forgotten in his haste. How'd he do it this time? Box asked. Can't the princess. Told her we were partners, Cass yelled. Boss? What? You're yelling. There's a finite amount of oxygen. Cass gritted his teeth. Give me a break. We have reserves for weeks. Fine, Box said, folding his spindly metal arms behind his head. Don't complain to me when the air runs out. I don't need it. In fact, keep screaming. It means I inherit this ship sooner. Robots can't own ships, Cass said, seething. He wasn't even focusing on Box. All his thoughts were on Maddox and how much of his payment the man had already gambled away. In 6 hours, he'd be lucky if there was even one cassope left. Robots can't lie either, Box said, with a smugness that could never show on his featureless face. Box was a typical Class 117 autonomous mining robot, which meant he was built for labor. He sported a transparent visor across his eyes and a metal mask across the rest of his face. But there was nothing underneath there except a speaker for a mouth and 2 yellow optical sensors for eyes. It was designed to protect his components from the harsh weather conditions of whatever assignment he received. Fortunately for Box, he'd never seen a day of labor in his life, thanks to Cass. Cass rubbed his temples. He needed to get to Devil's Gate quicker. How close is one of the undercurrents to the gate? Approximately 50 billion kilometers, Box replied. At least he was good for that much. Cass never had to consult the nav system. And how close are we to the undercurrent? The tower has an entrance at the edge of the system. 30 minutes at this speed. They'd already reached the uppermost layers of the atmosphere of Vitar 4, home of Her Royal Highness and surrounding court. It wasn't a place Cass had visited before, and he didn't see what all the fuss was about. It was just another blue and green planet with a purple atmosphere. The only reason it was even important was because it was in Sargan space. Had it been part of the coalition... We're taking the undercurrent, Cass said. Boss, that will cut less than an hour off the trip, and put extra strain on the ship. Maybe you want to get her serviced before another undercurrent jump. He swiveled the Box. Tell me this, smart guy. How am I supposed to pay for any repairs without any money? Box shrugged. Steal? I noticed the princess had some fine jewels on her person. He wasn't going to dignify them with a response. No, he was going to go get what was owed to him, and nothing more. Except this time, he needed to make things clear to Maddox. The fat lip and black eye he'd left the man with last time hadn't been enough. You could always ask for another loan from Vina, Box suggested. Any more loans and she'll own this ship. Is that what you want? Cass asked, going over the controls for an undercurrent jump. She's probably nicer than you. I bet she'd give me a bed, he replied. You don't sleep. That doesn't mean I don't like to lay down every once in a while, Box retorted. Rest my creaky joints, my old servos, put up my ambulatory units. Cass's eyes narrowed. Even after 5 years in space with Box, he still had trouble knowing when he was being serious or not. Typically, robots had zero use for any recreation. But ever since Cass made the modifications, Box had been more interested in non-robot things. Maybe if you'd stopped lounging around watching net dramas all day, your joints wouldn't hurt as much. Movement is a good thing. I need them to relax. Cass pushed away from the console, standing. Just input the coordinates, and let me know when we're ready to jump. And for once in your short life, don't complain about it. No promises. Box kept his focus on the controls in front of him. Cass shook his head and made his way back down the main corridor, the doors to the cockpit sliding closed behind him. He couldn't believe he let Maddox get the better of him again. And after everything he'd done for the man, Cass had to learn his lesson the hard way. Life outside the coalition was hard, and it was unfair. And that was probably the most difficult part to get used to. You get screwed over by someone, there was no justice system in place to right the wrong. You either took care of business so it didn't happen again, or you allowed yourself to become a victim, another casualty of the Sargan Commonwealth, and he refused to be a victim. As Cass passed the quarters where the princess had stayed while he'd ferried her from Tau Hydri, that sweet scent reached his nose again. He stopped a moment and inhaled, holding the smell inside for a moment. By Kor, he needed a drink. Two. The blaring of the alarm startled Cass awake. He fell off his shelf of the bed, smacking his face on the hard metal floor. "Box, shut that thing off," he yelled into his communicator. "Sorry, boss. Just thought you'd like to know we're 5 minutes out from Devil's Gate." "No, you're not," Cass replied, pushing himself back up. "You're right, I'm not," his voice said through the overhead. "I'll be up there in a minute," Cass grumbled, shutting his comm down and moving to the sparse sink in his room. One would think as captain he'd get the nicest room on the ship, but no. Those were reserved for the guests. It was the only thing he had to offer over other couriers. And it didn't help. His competition kept upping the ante on him. Now he was expected to have bid screens and fancy soap in every hab suite. That, combined with his interest payments to Vina, and pretty soon he wouldn't be able to pull a profit at all. Cass splashed some water on his face, then cupped some and drank it greedily, his weak old stubble scratching his hands. He'd managed to finish off one bottle of Scorb from his stash before passing out, but it always made his throat dry. Not to mention the always present headache. Headaches were par for the course, whether he was hungover or not. He checked himself in the mirror and ran his hand through his dark hair a few times to adjust his awareness. Once marginally satisfied by what he saw, he made his way to the bridge. "Busy today," Bach said as he entered the cockpit. They had exited undercurrent space to find at least 40 ships in various positions around Devil's Gate. The station itself was quite large, a giant upside-down domed disk a couple of kilometers across. Below the disk were dozens of levels for things like entertainment, shipping, storage, or habitation. Devil's Gate was one of the larger stations in this part of Sargan space. "Anywhere to park?" Cass asked, surveying the top of the disk. "I think I can squeeze in," Bach said, jerking the controls. The ship lurched forward at considerable speed, and Cass grabbed his seat so he didn't fly off. "RE-12, slow your approach vector," a voice snapped over the comm systems. "Acknowledged," Bach said before cutting the comm. He sped up. "There, right there," Cass said, bravely taking one hand off the chair to point at a space where another similar-sized ship was leaving. A third ship was waiting to take the spot above it. "Can you make it in?" "Watch me." Box's metallic fingers running over the control pad, while the other hand remained on the throttle. The parked ship pulled away as Box came screaming into the airspace. The ship waiting above them made a move to take the spot. "Not today," Box said, jerking the ship around so the rear thrusters decelerated them instantly as he dropped the ship into place, landing it perfectly. "I knew there was a reason I gave you the piloting job," Cass replied. There was no way a human, even an amazing pilot, could have pulled that move off. "It's what I do," Box replied, his glowing yellow eyes flickering with appreciation. Cass was glad Box didn't have a human face. He'd never wipe a smug look off it. Box turned the comm back on, only for it to light up with 3 different feeds coming in at once. "The station flight controller is angry with you," Box said, "as is the ship we cut off. Rustian, I think." He paused a minute. "And the ship we almost clipped on the way in would like a word as well." Cass rolled his eyes. "It was your doing. You deal with it," he replied. "I'm going to find Maddox." Cass initiated the rest of the docking procedures, making sure they had a hard lock to the station. "If you think I'm missing that, you've gone crazy, boss," Bach said in one of his accents. "I told you stop doing that," Cass replied. "Sorry, boss," Bach replied in his normal voice. "Docking procedures complete. I'm sure these guys can wait a while." He cut the comms again, shutting the ship down. "Come on," Cass said. "Let's get out there before he finds out we're here. I don't want to spook him." A hypervator doors opened on level 35. It was primarily an entertainment level, with a few spaces reserved for goods and storage. But it was also Maddox's favorite level, where all the gambling tables were. If he was anywhere on the station, it would be here. They got off the lift with a dozen other people, mostly human, but a few non. Cass had noticed one of the Erustians on the lift eyeing him suspiciously, and he couldn't help but wonder if they had been on the ship Box had cut off. The only problem with pissing off an Erustian was they were, on average, over 2 meters tall and all muscle. Not to mention the hard pieces of bone or hoof growing out of their fingers, so when they made a fist and hit you, it felt like being hit by a sharp brick. It was not an experience Cass looked forward to repeating, and he made sure to avoid eye contact. Once they were out of the lift, the Erustians had gone their own way, while he and Box made their way down the main promenade, checking the different establishments for Maddox. He won't be hard to find. Cass tapped his sidearm underneath his jacket just to confirm it was still there, and he hadn't accidentally left it on his ship. It was a weapon of his own design, a Class L boom cannon, the only one in existence. Of course, it was probably illegal to have a weapon that not only fired a plasma pulse, but a projectile at the same time. But it wasn't as if the Sargans were strict on weapon control. It was in their best interest for people to arm themselves out here, because it meant squabbles might turn into firefights. Firefights meant less competition on quality goods, and the Commonwealth had no problem with that. I dare say, Box emulated in a bad British accent, I do believe I've found him. He pointed through a window of the next establishment. Beyond the crowd was a man of medium build, blonde hair pulled into a ponytail, spinning one of the Letra wheels. He proclaimed something in a drunken slur, causing the women on each of his arms to burst into manufactured laughter. Maddox, Cass said under his breath as he narrowed his eyes. He pushed his way into the crowded and noisy room, Box right behind him. The speakers blared some electronic noise from Eshook or some other coalition planet, while the smell of the room was a combination of body odor, perfume, and alcohol, all jumbled together. Cass suppressed the urge to stop by the bar first, and instead pushed through the crowd, moving people out of the way. Most were too drunk to care. His gaze didn't leave Maddox, who only continued to spin the wheel before downing a gulp from his considerable glass. As Cass reached the second closest Letra table, Maddox finally locked eyes with him, and his expression went cold. He dropped his glass, turned, and took off running in the opposite direction, leaving the women surprised at his sudden departure. Cass was ready for it. In 3 steps, he vaulted the Letra table and broke into a sprint after Maddox, who pushed his way through one of the back doors to the establishment. Adrenaline surged through Cass's system and pushed the last remnants of the headache away. Box, go around, Cass yelled, pushing through the same door. But he didn't check to see if Box had heard him or not. He wasn't about to let this man get away again. Cass found himself in a long hallway filled with chemical, industrial, and mechanical equipment. The door had soundproofed the noise from getting into the casino, but in here, it was loud enough to obscure someone's footsteps. Maddox could have gone in either direction, and there was no sign of him. Cass glanced down. A puddle of green discharge covered a small part of the floor, and leading away from it was 1 footprint every meter or so. Maddox had caught 1 foot in the puddle. He's gone to the east, Cass said into his comm. Understood, Box replied. He wasn't sure where Box had gone, but he hoped he had a better understanding of the layout of this place than Maddox did. Cass followed the footprints until they began to dry out, causing him to slow. He didn't want to miss anything. The noise wasn't as bad this far down. There had been a gravity generator right behind the casino, and those tended to put out a lot of ambient noise. Probably a backup. In case the station lost power, the casino could keep everyone's chips where they were. Total gravity loss inside a money haven like that could turn into a bloodbath. The sound of metal hitting metal echoed through the hallway, and Cass took off toward the sound. It wasn't far away. As he rounded the corner at a T-junction, he saw someone stumbling down the hallway. It didn't take him long to catch up. Maddox glanced behind him, and with a panicked look on his face, tried to pick up speed, only to trip over his own feet and fall face first into the wall. Box appeared at the other end of the hallway. "Looks like you didn't need me after all," Box called. Cass didn't respond, only approached Maddox, who moaned as he tried to push himself back up to a standing position again. Cass grabbed his jacket from behind, jerking him into a standing position, then swiveled the man around and threw him against the wall. Maddox winced and slid back down. His eyes were half closed. "Oh, no, you don't." Cass grabbed him and kept him upright. "Did you really think you could get away with it, Theo? You don't steal another courier's money." Box came up behind Cass. I needed it," Maddox said in a pitiful voice. "You needed it?" Cass replied. "For what? Gambling? You needed to throw away my money?" No, it's not like that," Maddox said, his words slurred. "I was doing really good on the tables." "I don't care if you're a millionaire," Cass replied. "You don't steal from me." Maddox smirked and put his hand on Cass's shoulder, but Cass brushed it away. "Yeah, but you're okay, Cass. You won't kill me like those other guys. You're the only one I can steal from." "Oh, yeah?" Cass said, pulling his boom cannon from under his jacket and pressing it to Maddox's temple. "You want to test that out?" Cass caught Box beginning to reach for him, but the robot apparently thought better of it and pulled back. Maddox began sobbing uncontrollably. "Come on, Cass," he pleaded. "You don't want to kill me. We've been in this for a long time together. It'll never happen again. I promise. Please." Cass pressed the tip of the gun harder into Maddox's skull, but his finger remained off the trigger. "I'll give you everything I've won. You can have it all," Maddox pleaded. Cass waited a beat, watching the pathetic man. His eyes were slammed shut, as if he expected the hand of death at any second. Cass pulled the gun away and reholstered it. "All of it. If you steal from me again—" I know, Maddox rushed his words, putting his hands out. "Never again. Thank you. I knew you were one of the good ones." 10 minutes later, the three of them had returned to the casino. Cass more than once propping Maddox up so he could keep walking along the way. "Cash it all in," Maddox yelled to the tender on the other side of the ornate gate. He pressed his thumb to the small pad in front of him. "All of it, sir?" the robotic tender said. "Yes, all of it," Maddox pronounced, sticking his chest out. Cass shot a glance to Box, shaking his head. "Here you are, sir." The tender handed Maddox a receipt showing his full balance. Cass snatched it away from his hand as soon as they were clear of the tender. "What the hell is this?" Cass asked. Remarkably, he stayed on his feet. "I thought you said you were doing well on the tables." "I did," Maddox protested. "This is the best I've ever done." "There is less than a quarter of my money here," Cass replied, his body tensing. "That's all you have left." Maddox shivered, stumbled around in the chair beside him. "That's what I earned last night." Then he lurched forward, his hand on the table in front of him. A soft snore came from his mouth. Cass rubbed his temples. His headache had returned. "I should have shot him." "Probably," Box said. Cass looked at the slip. It had Maddox's transfer number on it, which meant all he needed was a scan of the man's thumb to get the money back into his account. "I'm not leaving here empty-handed," Cass replied. "Grab him. Let's go find a terminal." "As you command, sire." Box bent and hoisted the unconscious man over his shoulders. "I don't believe this," Cass said, staring at the terminal outside the casino. Maddox lay in a heap beside the machine, still snoring. "Don't tell me." "He was lying, and he's actually ridiculously wealthy," Box prompted. He's got less money in his account than I do, Cass replied. His winnings are pretty much it. He tapped a few controls, confirming the account status. Maddox was dead broke. What about his ship? Fox asked. Highly leveraged, from what I can tell. I could take it and get at least a portion back of what I'm due. Cass gripped the sides of the terminal so hard his knuckles turned white. Which leaves him stranded here. Fox scoffed. It was a strange sound coming from a robot. You already know what you're going to do. Can you just do it already so we can leave? You go back to the ship, Cass said. I'll take care of this. Fox hesitated, then left him alone with Maddox. The rest of the promenade was fairly busy, and he disappeared into the crowd. Cass turned back to the terminal and transferred Maddox's winnings into his own account, using Maddox's thumb to confirm the transfer. He should take the ship. It would serve Maddox right for betraying him. But Cass couldn't do it. He couldn't leave the man stranded, regardless of what he'd done. He shut down the terminal, then hunched over and patted at the drunk man's jacket. All he had on him was a small data recorder in his inside pocket. Cass smacked him across the cheek. Maddox startled. What? I'm taking this, Cass said, holding the recorder in front of Maddox's eyes. He'd get a pittance for it, but he didn't care. It was something. Don't steal from me again. You got it, Maddox slurred before falling asleep again. Cass stood and made his way down the wide corridor. Security would come get him and let him sleep it off in the drunk tank. Cass wished he was ruthless enough to have taken Maddox's ship. It would have gone a long way to settling his debt. He could have broken it down for parts, sold them off one by one, and doubled his profit. But he wasn't built that way. Despite his current situation, it wasn't how he was going to live what was left of his life. He needed to be better than that. Cass found another terminal a few shops down. He didn't want to make a secure transfer with a drunk and unconscious man leaning against the terminal, especially when it was as important as this. After a quick log on, he confirmed the money was in his account, and he transferred almost all of it to Vina. He didn't want to think about what would have happened if Maddox had burned through more than her cut. Yeah, Vina, you know that last job with the princess? I don't have your portion. If you'll spare the beheading for a few more weeks, I can probably scrounge up another payment. He made sure at the end of the transfer to submit his best wishes as well. And a merry fuck you too, he said under his breath. A man passing by had turned his head as Cass spoke, and Cass leaned over the terminal closer until he was gone. You better appreciate this, he added, unsure if he was talking to Vina or Maddox. On the way back through the station, Cass stopped off at the exchange shop to turn in the data recorder. As expected, he received a pittance for it, but at least it was enough for a couple of drinks at the bar. As he passed back by the casino, he was glad to see security had already come and picked up Maddox. The man was nowhere to be seen. Drunken and disorderly people collapsed outside of establishments were generally bad for business. Cass made his way down a few more doors until he came to an establishment called The Pit. It was a place he knew well and frequented often, though not as often as Maddox hit the casinos. I'll take a firebrand and a tooth melter. Cass plopped down on one of the stools and pressed his thumb to the pad. A robot bartender, similar in appearance to Box, glided over and poured the drinks. So, hear any good jokes lately? Cass asked the bartender. The robot's yellow eyes flashed while he continued to pour and mix the drinks. Two blind men walk into a bar. The third one ducks. Cass eyed the robot, wishing he'd kept his mouth shut. Maybe he shouldn't have told Box to go back to the ship. He was good for some entertainment when he wasn't in one of his moods. The bartender slid the drinks toward him. Tipping is not a planet in the Caledon system, he said. I'll try the drinks first, then we'll see, Cass replied, sipping the firebrand. True to its name, it burned all the way down. But accompanied with that was the sense of relief, knowing he wouldn't have to dwell on thoughts of how to pay for the repairs to his ship without any more money. In a few minutes, he wouldn't even care. Based on how much he got for that data recorder, he should be able to suck at least a few hours out of this place. Cass wasted no time in taking the tooth melter, a sickeningly sweet drink that helped chase the firebrand. The old bartender hadn't done a bad job. Maybe not tip-worthy, but certainly not bad by any means. Cass waved to the robot. One more round. After that, he'd have to switch to something he could nurse. Not often you see rugged ship captains order fruit drinks, a female voice said beside him. Cass wheeled around, dizzy by all the alcohol infusing his blood, and it took him a moment to comprehend what he was seeing. She was a mercenary, tall, and wearing a long cloak that reached the backs of her knees. Her dark brown hair was done into a braid that fell down her left shoulder, and her emerald eyes glittered like the jewels they stole the name from. But the most noticeable thing about her was the broadsword strapped to her back. "Excuse me," Cass said. "Your choice of drink is unusual," she said. Perhaps his luck hadn't run out after all. How often did beautiful women approach him in a place as seedy as this? Though the sword was concerning, Cass leaned back away from the bar to get a better look at the weapon strapped to her back. He didn't recognize the hilt. "What's with the sword?" "I use it to cut off the heads of my enemies,"